Good morning, everyone.
There we go.
Okay, thank you everyone for joining today. I'm the senior case manager for Credit Repair Builders. A lot of you guys know me. Um, a lot of the agents are also getting credit repair done on themselves as well. So I'm not only able to help you guys expand your operation, but as well as help you get your own type of, either fix your personal credit or your business credit. So I handle about 90% of the operation when it comes to credit repair builders. Credit repair builders has three different phases that we like to call, or I also like to say we offer three different types of services. So the first one being credit repair, where we restore your credit. The second one being settlement negotiation, which is basically whenever you have a debt and you would like to not pay the debt in full, and we can actually negotiate a settlement for you. And then also, we also offer credit enhancement, which is falls under trade lines. So I can explain the process a little bit more today so you guys feel a little bit more comfortable with it, and you can start telling your friends, families, and potential clients about it as well. And then before you know it, you have clients for credit repair. So anyone can basically be a potential client for credit repair. As the world has been under a pandemic, and everyone has kind of either lost their job at one point, overused and exhausted their credit, and is basically now needing to somehow clean up all their past mistakes. Well, that's exactly what we do. So in the credit repair phase, what we start out doing is we design a specific plan to strategically delete all the negative things that are in your credit report. So not only are we experts at repairing credit, but we also enhance credit. So the phases kind of go hand in hand. So in chronological order, credit repair has to be first so that we can evaluate their credit, and then we can also design what comes next as far as like credit enhancement and funding. But so people like to jump ahead and try to do the trade lines right away, but unfortunately they have to do credit repair for a few months so that we can clear out their credit so that their results are as optimal as possible once they move on to the trade lines. So anyone can be a potential credit repair client. It basically, what you're looking for is anyone with a plan, anyone with goals, anyone with dreams, anyone looking to buy a home, anyone looking to buy a car, to access anything as far as like lower car insurance rates, better rates on utility bills, no, and not have to put a deposit down to buy a phone and Sprint. Like, better credit can really assist you in life when it comes to moving on to the next step as far as like starting a business, lower interest rates on anything that you're looking to purchase with your own credit lines. So a lot of us actually are aware that we need credit repair, but not actually are actively doing something about it. So that's where you're gonna go ahead and step in. So okay, so you're sharing the screen already.
Yeah, and Nati, the reason I did it that way, guys, is I want you to see, I went through the TKO's financial network website. That's all I did. I logged in, I went to documents and resources. Once you go to documents and resources, there's going to be a slew of folders. The folder that I went into was the presentations folder, and it's our flip chart. The last 2 pages of our flip chart is the credit repair. Not saying that I want you guys to all just say, okay, I'm going to have to do this on my own. I still want you to leverage Natalia, but if you happen to be in a meeting and they want to know more about it right then and there, you can literally do the same presentations that she's doing. My apologies, Nati. Go ahead, keep going.
No, that's cool. So once they're put into our system, it actually separates and basically puts into categories all of the things that are available to come off. So something that I like to explain to all of my clients is that credit repair is a legal process, okay? Not a lot of people know that. So they'll spend many years, messing up their credit, and they'll expect you to fix it in 1 month, and that's just not realistic. Credit repair is a legal process. So we send attorney formulated letters to the credit bureaus and to the creditors to be able to dispute and basically fight off all the derogatory things they have on their credit report. So remember, we're able to delete the negative things in their credit history. However, we're not deleting the debt. Okay, so they'll still have to continue to pay their debt. And if there was a program to be able to remove debt, we would have already done it, and we would all have amazing credit scores. There's no such thing. So we're removing just the history of the credit, of the negative things that they've done with their credit. So things that our software is able to remove. If you guys take notes, this is an important part. So things that we're able to remove are collections, charge-offs, bankruptcies, repossessions. Okay, these are all things that if you let them fall off naturally from your credit, they take about 7 to 10 years to come off. So we actually found a really great backdoor way for you guys to be able to remove all of these negative things. And I like to say that it's kind of like the mistakes that you've made in the past with your credit, because it's all these negative things that kind of just hold you back. I like to say that our credit score is like our adult report card, and you don't want all these things from the past to come up whenever you're looking to make the next step in life, as far as like buy a home, buy a car. You want the lowest APR rate possible. Like there's, obviously that will get you the best deal possible. And you also have more negotiating power when you have a higher credit score. So again, our credit is able to remove any inquiry as well. So inquiry is anytime that you go to purchase something and they pull your credit, that also lowers your credit score. And a lot of people don't know that. And that's why when they go buy a car, they go get their credit pulled from 1,000 different places. And then they're like, well, why am I at a 460? Well, an inquiry can also lower your credit score. So all of these things have a different kind of weight on your credit score. I wouldn't say an inquiry has the same amount of weight as like a bankruptcy, of course, because bankruptcy is, a lot more complex, and it has, it takes a lot longer to be removed. It's not impossible for it to be removed. It just takes a little longer, whereas an inquiry can come off in like 2-3 months. So as soon as you tell someone, I'm selling credit repair, well, I have this great credit repair program that you might want to try, the first thing that they're going to want to is get free credit advice from you. They're going to ask you, well, how long does the process take? So I don't like to give anyone an exact number, because in reality, it's a legal process and I can't foresee how long it's going to take. However, people can be in the program from around 3 to 9 months. I've never seen anyone be in it longer. For the most part, once people hit, 640, 700, 720, they're like, okay, well, I'm good. So, and they exit the program, which is cool because our program is on a month-to-month basis. We don't hold anyone in with contracts or things like that. The only thing that is very important is that they do have to give us a 30-day notice before they exit the program. But that's about it. There's no month-to-month. There's no contract for a year. They don't have to, subscribe to anything in reality, like for long-term. So the program can take anywhere from 3 to 9 months. This is really important, depending on how severely hurt your score is. So not everyone's, no two people are going to take the same amount of time to clear up their credit. So remember, in the credit repair phase, we're basically killing off all the dead weight that's holding you back. Okay, and we're able to do this because of the Fair Credit Monitoring Act of 30 days, which is just a law that gives the credit bureaus 31 days to respond to our requests. So every month I send out letters on behalf of the clients to dispute these things off their credit history. Once the creditors receive the letters, they have 31 days to respond or to send a letter back. If they do not send a letter back, then by law, they have to remove it from your credit history. Okay, so a lot of these companies are good at replying, some are not. And that's how we are able to get things removed in a fairly quicker manner than just letting them fall off naturally from your credit. That takes years. So in the credit repair process, we're able to remove about 50 to 80% of the things, of the negative things that are in your credit history. So whatever isn't removed, we can then enter a process of negotiation, which is what I kind of mentioned earlier. We can negotiate a settlement for you right away. As far as whatever you're looking to settle, it could be anything in collections or charge-offs as well. we would basically send you a power of attorney that, you give us the power to speak for you. And then we would then enter a negotiation process with that company, so that you don't have to pay the full amount of your debt. If you don't have to pay the full $5,000, then why? It's so much easier to get it settled, and that way you can just get rid of the debt as well. In that sense, you're entering a pay to delete program.
You have the black things over your eyes.
Whose baby is that? So you enter a pay to delete program, which is basically you telling them, hey, I know I owe you $5,000. Right now I don't have $5,000. I'm gonna be able to pay you, 2,500, 3,000, but then they're gonna automatically ask for payment right away. So that's another service that we also offer as far as, in the spectrum of credit repair builders. A lot of people like to get their things settled so that they don't have to pay the full amount. And honestly, I would do the same thing. So once you're basically able to enter the credit enhancement phase, which is step number 6. That's when I hand you a list of trade lines. So a trade line is basically when you rent out someone's positive credit history. So we have a list of investors that work with us to be able to, they rent out their own positive credit history. These are people that have had these cards for 10, 20 years, and they all have amazing balances. They don't have anything pending. They don't have a lot of negative things on their credit. And for the most part, a lot of these people have great credit scores. So once you rent out their positive credit history, it's going to be for about 30 to 60 days. And that is going to boost up your score. And then that's when you're going to have a lot of more buying power, which is when we then help you move on to phase number 8, which is funding. When we help you acquire, your own credit lines under your own name. So the credit enhancement portion, or trade lines, as I like to call, the simple way I like to explain it is kind of like when your kid is, turning of age, they're about to be 18 and you want to help them kind of start building their credit, whatever. You put them as an authorized user on your credit card. However, you don't give them their own credit card to swipe. That's kind of like the same concept with a trade line. You're renting out someone's positive credit history. You're not allowed to use their own credit card. It's just basically whenever your credit is pulled, their positive credit history comes out for you. So you're automatically more eligible for, lower interest rates, better, have better buying power, and more negotiation power as well. So phase 2 and phase 3 kind of go hand in hand, because once you're using the trade line for 1 to 2 months, that's when we help you acquire your own lines of credit under your own name. And then we go ahead and we take you in full circle by removing the inquiries that whenever you were applying for the new credit cards or the new loan or the new business credit card or whatever step it is that you were looking to take next in life, we'll help you achieve that through the credit restoration process. But, as you know, it's 3 different phases, and we offer 3 different services, which are all kind of priced differently. So if you guys want to take notes, this is kind of like how the pricing works for credit repair builders. The credit repair program will be $250 for the first month, including registration. And for the first month, and then it'll be $175 for every month after. As you guys can see on our TKO website, you're actually able to see all this information. You are going to have it at your fingertips. So guys, use the website. It's very important that you guys get acquainted with it and you learn more about our services. And that way you're more comfortable whenever you're speaking to someone about it. And you also have backup. If you forget something, if you need a fact, if you need to look something up, you have our TKO website that also has links. So once you go into your portal, it also has links to like credit repair builders and whatever else you guys also need from Tony. So here, this is our actual credit repair website. And so the prices that you're going to see here to the left is going to be $225 for the first month and registration and $150. Now, these prices are not wrong. Our clients have to also sign up for a website called Identity IQ. and it's the preferred plan, which we have our own link to it because we have like a little discount, and it's gonna be $25 a month for our clients. That I like to give them the pricing, including the Identity IQ. So it is gonna be in total $250 and $175. However, in the website, it breaks it down as far as like first Identity IQ and then second. So all these people would have to do is log in, sign up for Identity IQ. Identity IQ is a website that monitors credit, but it's so amazing. Like it's better than Credit Karma or Credit Wise, any other credit website you've seen out there, because not only does it have a lot of identity theft protection and fraud and things like that, but it also monitors all three of the credit bureaus. Yeah, look at all this info you see, and all of this is via our website, so don't forget to create your login for that.
You guys are watching me, I'm literally just hitting the button so you guys see that it's all there. So when this is our website, this right here takes you to the Credit Repair Builders website, which is this right here.
Love it.
And then here, if you want to get somebody set up on credit monitoring with Identity IQ, they hit this button, credit monitoring. And what pops up is their registration. This is our link, gives it to them at a discounted price. And everything pretty much is there. If they need to know exactly what the services offer, and again, go back to the website, you can click right here, click to view the plan. And this is all the features that it comes with. Okay. A lot of people use Credit Karma. And just so you guys know, Credit Karma only monitors 2 out of the 3 bureaus once a month. This system monitors all 3 bureaus on a daily basis, and it includes $1 million of identity theft. And it also monitors the black web, which is like the black market of the credit world. So you have all of the stuff at your fingertips to be able to leverage and use, along with pricing and everything of that sort. Go ahead, Nati, I'm sorry.
So the credit repair phase is more structured as far as the pricing. So you'll have the $250 for the first month and registration, and then $175 for every month after. Now the trade lines, the price varies because we'll give you a list of different investors that have their credit cards. It'll all be different types of credit cards. So some will be open for 5 years, some will be for 10 years. And of course, the price varies depending on, their available balance and things like that. So that you kind of get to choose whatever is better for and fits your budget the best. So that can range anywhere from, I would say, 300 all the way to probably 1,000. It really all depends on how much you're looking to invest into yourself. But there is a trade line for everyone's budget. And the list does change every day because it's an ongoing thing. So that is priced differently. So whenever we get to that stage, we can go ahead and break it down for the most part. But everyone's chooses of trade line that's different because it fits them as well. And then also with funding, it's 10% of their new credit obtained. So the pricing is different for all 3 of these services. But if you guys have any questions, you can feel free to reach out to me. I always like to have an open portal of communication between the agents and I. You guys can text me, call me at any time. You can also find me on Voxer. I'm in the chat as well. So if you guys have any questions, feel free to raise your hand, write it in the chat, or unmute yourselves. I'm open to answering any of your questions.
Guys, I want you to know, well, actually, let me ask, let me keep going with that. Is there anybody that has any questions they'd like to ask? Because I'm going to give you my cliff notes. Nathan, I think you just hopped on right now. I just muted you because I don't know if you realized it. Eve, do you have any questions? If you have a question, feel free to unmute yourself and ask. Eve, if you're talking, we can't hear you. Okay. All right, let me.
I don't have any questions.
Yes, go for it.
No, I don't have any.
Oh, okay, no problem.
I have a question.
Yes.
So when we get people to sign up, and And we refer them to Natalia?
Mhm.
Okay, and she handles the rest.
Yeah, so that's you literally you led right into my segue of that. So here's how it works, guys. Okay, right now again, I'm on the website. If you're that independent, got to do it yourself, no matter what type person, here you have all the tools to do the presentations yourself. Remember, the presentations are under documents and resources, right? You hit documents and resources. This is the button that pops open. You'll see this open up. You go right into presentations and you're looking for this one right here, the flip chart, right? And the last 2 pages is the credit repair one. I would encourage you, if you're going to be that person, that you sit in on some of her presentations every Wednesday night and really learn how she does the presentation, learn the facts, learn her transitions, and do the presentation. Now, if someone decides, let me hide this, let me go back. If someone decides, hey, I wanna do this, right? You can go right here to the credit repair. And here are all the buttons. This one takes you to the website, which we just saw it. This is a button where you could submit a lead. You can
No.
Somebody there's talking. Somebody there's telling their kid no.
Oh, my bad.
It's all good. It's okay. So here's where you submit an actual credit repair lead. You put that information there. You get to put your name in. You get to put, the credit repair lead. Natalia reaches out to them, schedules a time to meet with them. If you're doing the presentation and you want to actually get somebody enrolled yourself, this is the button to enroll them right here. This is where they would actually enroll into the service and financially pay for the service. This last button over here is our training registration. So Wednesday nights, when Natalia runs her class, she will ask you guys to register for the class so she knows ahead of time how many people are going to participate in that class. And this is where you register, right? Now, let me talk about compensation for a moment, okay? Because obviously, there's got to be compensation for the work that you guys are putting in, in finding these credit repair clients. If you go to the comp grid, right, you hit this compensation grid right here, you're going to see a Google sheet pop up with comps. What you're going to do is at the very bottom over here, you're going to see credit repair. How do you guys get paid for the services? Here's how you get paid, okay? Entry level, for every credit enrollment, you're going to get $50. Okay, for every trade line investing, you're going to get $25. Okay, for every corporation setup, you're going to get $25. Remember, there's 3 parts to the Credit Repair Builders program. There's first the credit reparation. We got to, they got to send letters, they got to dispute the things, they've got to send legal documentation to get things removed from your credit. Once you get the things removed from your credit, someone might say, hey, listen, I want a boost of my credit score because I really want to buy a house. And I'm glad that you removed all that stuff, but I need to do something to jack up my credit and bring it up there. Okay. If they work with the trade line investors that Credit Repair Builders has, there's $25 per trade line. So if the client signs up for 3 trade lines or 4 trade lines, each trade line, you'd get $25 commission for it. Now, the third phase, after the person uses the trade lines to boost up their credit, is building their own personal credit, right? And if they're building their personal credit because they want to build business credit, they're going to need to have a corporation set up. They're going to get a $25 commission for the fact that that person set up a corporation. This is at an entry level, okay? Now, if you do 5, you bring on board 5 clients in 1 calendar month, you're going to get a pay raise for every sale that you do moving forward. So if you do 5 in 1 month, from that point forward, every time you enroll a new client, you're going to get $75 in a commission. You're going to get $50 per trade line. You're going to get $50 per corporation setup, right? Now, if you do 15 in 1 month, 15 clients in 1 month that enroll, from that point forward, you're going to get $100 for every single person that enrolls, plus $25 per month in residual. If you remember, Natalia said the clients stay anywhere from 3 to 9 months. So if they stayed 6 months, you would get $100 on the first month and then $25 a month every month until the 6-month period. So as long as the client stays in the program, you continue to build residual income. You'll get $75 every time they work with a trade line investor and $75 every time they set up a corporation, right? There's no backtrack. So what I mean by that is this: once you've done 5 in 1 month, then from that point forward, you'll always get this comp. Once you've done 15 in 1 month, then from that point forward, you'll always get this comp, right? Now let's talk frank, right? Let's talk about the reality, right? Because we know what we do insurance. We all know insurance pays a heck of a lot more than this does. And let me put my face here real quick, because I want to have this convo with y'all. Okay. And bam. Okay. We know insurance pays a heck of a lot more. It does. We know it does. This is a door. Think about this for a minute. People in the community want to buy houses, want to buy cars, a lot more than they want to buy insurance. And what stops them a lot of the times is their credit. You can go talk to 10 realtors right now. They have a list of people that want to buy houses that can't because of credit. You can go talk to 10 car salesmen right now. They have a list of 40, 50 people that want to buy cars but can't because of a credit issue. So this gives you a door into a community. This gives you a door in to a network. You build relationships with these people. Here's what I do. Here's how I leverage it, just so you know. I do a full fact finder on that person before I refer them off to Natalia. Just because I know that they want credit doesn't mean that I shouldn't do a budget, doesn't mean that I shouldn't do a dime analysis, doesn't mean that I shouldn't figure out their retirement goals. I do a full financial analysis and then refer the person off to Natalia. Once Natalia gets them set up with credit repair, on a monthly basis, I'll check in on them, see how they're doing. And all I'm doing is just dropping seeds and building more rapport, dropping seeds and building more rapport, dropping seeds and building more rapport. At some point, as I build rapport, they're going to have a need for other services. If they buy that house, guess what they need? They need mortgage protection. If they buy that car, guess what I'm going to talk to them about? Living benefits. Because if they get into a horrible car accident and they end up in the hospital, they need to pay the deductible for their health insurance. They might need living benefits to be able to do that. At the end of the day, you made a little bit of a commission for the relationship, but but you've got an opportunity now to capitalize on that relationship to make ancillary sales. When I was first, working for a company and I came across credit repair people, I had to refer them off to somebody. And that person that I referred them off to sometimes competed with me because they sold insurance. I didn't like that. Sometimes I referred it off and they wouldn't give me even any kind of a referral income for it. Sometimes I referred it off and I got no follow-up. I got no, hey, here's where this person is. So by keeping it internal, Natalia's never going to push insurance on them because that's your client. Natalia can give you updates on those people from time to time. You know that when that person gets a 50-point boost on their credit score and Natalia sends them a message saying, hey, here's a screenshot, your score just went up 50 points this month, and they're excited, that's a great opportunity for you to call them up. And with that relationship that you've built, try to get another ancillary sale. That's the point of all of this right here. So the income, cool, it justifies the hour that you spent. It's not going to retire you, but it opens up more doors for more clients, Every single credit repair client that I've sent to Natalia, no lie, I looked at my book today. I looked at my book of business today. Every single credit repair client that I've sent to Natalia has become an insurance client. I'm batting 100 for 100. No lie. 100 for 100 for 100 for 100 for 100. I do the same thing with health insurance. Health insurance pays $15, if that, less than credit repair does, but I find life insurance sales through it. That's how I leverage this entire operation. Okay. Now here's a nugget I want to throw your way, and then we'll open it up for more questions. Here's a nugget I'm going to throw your way. Okay. I'm going to share the screen one more time. Where is it? Here it is. Okay. Let me share the screen one more time. Here's a nugget I'm going to throw your way. If you're not on our website, you need to be. Go to tkofinancialnetwork.com. Okay. tkofinancialnetwork.com. You're going to go up here. You're going to see agent login. That's my user ID. You're going to see agent login, and you're going to log in, and then our back office team will get it. They'll approve you to log in. Here's the nugget I'm going to throw your way. Tonight, and only tonight until midnight Eastern time, I want you guys to go to Credit Repair Builders link. I want you to log in right here. Submit credit lead. I'm going to give you one insurance lead for every credit repair lead you provide. I'm throwing opportunities your way. You and I both know one insurance lead could pay you $1,000. A credit repair lead could pay you $50, right? Or $75 or $100, depending on where you are. For every single credit repair lead that you submit in here by midnight Eastern time today, I am going to give you one life insurance lead from your state. One life insurance lead from your state. It's an aged lead between 31 to 85 days old. It's going to be state specific. It's going to be clientele under 50 years of age, which means since they're younger, you have a higher probability of scheduling a virtual meeting with that person. Every credit repair lead you guys provide, every single one. Look how easy the form is. Your first name, your last name, the prospect's first name and last name, their phone number, what time zone the prospect's in. Do they speak English, Spanish, and Creole? Just so you guys know, Natalia speaks English and Spanish. We do not have someone for Creole, but pretty soon we will. So we did that with anticipation. What city and state do they live in? And give us some notes. 90% of people that I've been able to bring into credit repairs because they wanted to buy a house, just so you know. Put that in there. Put the notes in there because Natalia uses that in her presentation to help build more rapport with them, build more relationship with them. Okay, I'm going to throw another nugget out. I'll throw another nugget out, okay? Some of you guys have come to me about wanting to build a business, At some point or another, you got to put on your big boy and your big girl pants and realize if you want to build a real business, I'm not talking about a self-employed operation from a garage. If you want to build a real business, you got to start thinking business credit. You got to start thinking business credit because when investment opportunities present themselves, or you got to reinvest into your business, you got to stroke a $20,000, $30,000 check. You don't want to not be able to do it because you don't have the business line of credit established. And if you have the money in your savings, you probably don't want to leverage your money to be able to do that stuff when you can operate under what's called OPMs, other people's money, the bank's money. If you yourself have credit issues, my advice is get your credit fixed. There's insurance companies right now that I'm fighting with on a weekly basis because you guys aren't able to get contracted with them because of some things that you've had in your past. Get the credit fixed. Just like Natalia says, it's like the adult report card. It will bite you in the butt in the future when you want to do other things. It'll bite you in the butt if you want to have a $100,000 line of credit, you want it to be a business, not a personal. When you have a personal line of credit, you can only use about 20% of it. You can only use about 20% of it, guys. The moment you go over 20%, it starts to affect your credit score negatively. But a business line, you can use 100% of it and it won't affect you. You hear about the wealth of America, leveraging business credit, leveraging corporations. Trump has filed bankruptcy over 3 times. You know what they've been? They've been businesses because it hits reset. It's a smart financial decision to build business credit, but to build business credit, you need to have good personal credit. That's how you build it from the beginning. If you don't have a business credit, when you start building that business credit, they want a guarantor. A guarantor means they want you personally to guarantee the business side of it. Now, once the business starts to get established, they might not need the guarantor because the business has a track record of success, but you need it. You absolutely 100% need it. Absolutely 100%, I repeat again, need it. So your incentives, as I stated, if anybody gets enrolled in credit repair by midnight Eastern time today, anybody gets enrolled in credit by midnight Eastern time today, whether it's you personally or a referral that you sent, by midnight Eastern time today, I'm going to give you 25 leads, 25 life insurance leads. I'm also going to give you 1 lead per referral that you provide. This is 2 ways now to capitalize. Anybody that gets set up for credit repair by midnight Eastern time today, whether it's you personally or someone that you refer, you're going to get 25 life insurance leads from me. And for every single lead you submit into that system, you're going to get an additional lead for each of them. Maximize it. Maximize that opportunity. If you can end the day with 75 leads in your hands, guys, 75 leads in your hands is going to sell at least 3 to 5 clients, guaranteed. If you work it the right way, you'll sell 3 to 5 clients. You'll make 3 to 5 grand easily, because it's typically about $1,000 per lead. That's what we've been averaging, $1,000 in commissions per lead that takes action with life insurance. Does anybody have any questions about that? Speak now or forever hold your peace. Everybody's good? Okay. Here's what I want to know in the chat box. How many of you guys off the top of your head right now know people that want to buy a house, want to buy a car, but haven't because of a credit issue? How many of you guys off the top of your head right now know people who've been talking about credit repair? And you're like, man, I gotta give Natalia that lead. I gotta give that lead. You don't have to disclose if it's yourself. I'm not telling you to disclose your. I get it. It's an intimate type of a conversation. I understand 100%. We keep 100% confidentiality, but how many of you guys know people for sure? They want to buy a house, but they can't. They want to get a new car, but they can't. They'd love to have lower interest rates, but they can't. Maybe they want to remodel their kitchen, but they can't because they can't get that credit line that they need in order to get that one. How many of you guys right now off the top of your head, just tell me, if you have one person in your head that you're like, I know that person wants that. Shelly, we got one. Irvin, we got two, right? If you really start thinking, you could find them. Now, from a business networking standpoint, guys, how many of you guys know realtors? You got a good enough relationship with them. You can, take them out to lunch and talk to them about your credit repair business. Maybe you don't want to be the one to talk about it. Maybe you just want to tee up Natalia to go talk about it. That's not a problem. We'll gladly talk to any of your referral sources. I generate a lot of my credit repair clients through referral sources. I developed a good relationship with a couple realtors, couple mortgage brokers, couple title companies, couple car salesmen. They have a list of people every day. They're like, hey, listen, this guy wanted to buy a car. He couldn't because of credit. Help him out. Hey, listen, this guy wants to buy a house, but he can't. Help him out. Help him out. And when we fix their credit, you know what I do? I push them right back to the client, right back to the referral source. Hey, they got the credit score now to get that car. Hey, they got the credit score now to buy that house. How many of y'all? Probably a good amount. Probably a good amount. Here's how I want to close this off. I'm going to do a screen share right now of the credit repair logo, the credit repair builders logo. I'm going to do a screen share. Here's what I'd like for you guys to do. I want you to ask Natalia what her Instagram handle is. I want you guys to friend request Natalia. She uses primarily IG, if I'm not mistaken. Right, Nati? You don't do too much on Facebook. Am I right with that? We got to get her on Facebook, man. There's so much income on that platform. It's crazy. I'm gonna ask you guys to friend request her on Instagram. Okay. I'm gonna screen share the credit repair builders logo. Take a picture of it. When she accepts your friend request, post it on your stories. Tag her on it. Post a comment. Hey, anybody looking for credit reparation? Anybody want to buy a house but can't? Whatever you want to do, post it. Tag her on it. I guarantee you'll find people that'll ask you questions. Guarantee you'll find people. Let me share the screen. Where is this? Hang on a second. There we go. Okay. Hang on. Let me see here. Let me actually go to the website. Be a little better. Maybe no. No. There you go. Take a picture of that bad boy. If you can. Let me cut myself off the camera. Let it go. Take a picture of it. If you guys notice in the chat room, Natalia posted her handle for Instagram, _credit_repair_nat. _credit_repair_nat. That's N as in Nancy, A as in Alpha, T as in Tom. She'll gladly accept your friend request. And here's the cool thing. I like to do this all the time. There we go. I like to do this all the time. I follow her stories. She'll do screen posts, screenshots of people's credit scores. I've seen some crazy stuff, 50 points up, 30 points up, 90 points up. She'll post that. I'll sometimes screenshot it myself or share it on my own page, let people follow that. I tag her on it. And the moment I get somebody interested, all I do is I capture their info, post it in the, upload the lead. She gets the lead and boom, there it is. Conversations begin, meetings start happening. That's all you need. Is just all you're trying to do with credit repair, health insurance is you're looking for a plug-in. People will respond to credit, health insurance a heck of a lot faster than they will to life insurance. But once you get the plug-in, you build a relationship, so on and so forth. Anybody got any questions? Any questions? Okay. This is free lead generation right here. For those of you that are, oh, I can't because of finances, because of this, because of that. This is free lead generation. Everybody, I guarantee you, has 5 to 10 people that they know want to buy a house. 5 to 10 people that they know, want to get a new car. You can go up the road, scream it outside. I guarantee you 3 people answer. It's the truth, the way that it is. Any questions before we take a pause? Okay. All right, it's 11:15 Eastern time. Everybody do me a favor, unmute yourself, give some love to Natalia as we get ourselves ready for a break.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Natalia.
Thank you.
Gracias. There we go. Awesome. All right, guys, it's 11:15. Let's take a 15-minute restroom break. We're gonna hop back on at 11:30. We're gonna go through our second session of credit repair. Not credit repair, apologies, of Jarvis. And then after that, we'll take lunch. So we'll be back in 15 minutes, 11:30 Eastern time. Adjust it to your calendars, please, or your time zones. I apologize. Thank you. All right, guys, we're back. We're back. Hopefully you guys had a good 15-minute break. Let's get right into it, guys. We're gonna get right into it. This next session is in reference to the level of automation that we have within TKO Financial Network. Let me first start by telling you this. When I made a decision that I wanted to build something from scratch, one of the biggest things that I knew about the independent world is that there's a big struggle in that world when it comes to building agencies. There's a big struggle in that world. And when I tried to figure out what was the big struggle, what was it that caused so many people that go independent thinking that they're going to build an agency to just fall back on, into production, okay? And I figured out what it was. It was lack of systems. Lack of systems. See, we all want to build a big agency. We all want to recruit a massive team. We all want to run our own state farms, all states, whatever name you want to call it, whatever company you want to resemble. We all want to. But unfortunately, sometimes without systems, it becomes very complicated to track where your licensed agents are, to track where your non-licensed agents are, to track, how much business is being submitted. You don't want to micromanage your agents and be calling them up and, hey, how much did you turn in? How much did you turn in? No, you want to you would love to be able to look at a report. But when you're independent, there's no report. Everybody turns in business independently to different companies and you're just kind of crossing your fingers, right? A lot of people in the independent world find out about the business when the business pays out. A lot of people in the independent world find out about the chargebacks when the chargebacks happen. So people fall into production. This is no, forget it. I can't track this, right? And then let me talk about a different topic, right? People go independent thinking, okay, I want to focus on leads. But here's the reality when it comes to leads. Okay, I'm going to give you some very brutal honesty when it comes to leads. Leads work, but you got to work the leads. Okay, and working a lead list is very different than working a hot list. No line. Working a lead list is, it's very different than working a top 25 list of a warm market. And I'll tell you why. A top 25 warm market gives you the opportunity when the person picks up to leverage the name of who gave you their number. Hi, how are you? My name is Tony. Thanks for taking my call. I'm calling in reference to Irvin Bergs. Did he tell you I was going to call you, or is this completely out of the blue? You do that and boom, now they're like, wait, Irvin, I know Irvin. He's a good friend of mine. I know Irvin, he's a family member. Yeah, what's up? Why are you calling? Now they're listening. And guess what? You're also the only person that's calling them. A warm list works. A lead list works, but the lead list is different. Because the lead list, you don't have a name to reference. When you're calling the person, you're not saying, hey, I'm calling you in reference to your brother, your cousin, your aunt, your uncle, your friend. No, you don't have that. The other piece of the puzzle you have to understand about a lead list is that as exclusive as it is, okay, it'll never be solely exclusive. That one company that you got the lead from might keep it exclusive to only you, but what stops that client from going to, or that prospect, I'm sorry, from going to 3 or 4 other websites and filling out the same questionnaire and giving their data to other lead companies? And what do you think other lead companies are doing? They're sending that lead to somebody else. So why do I say this? If you want to succeed in the world of leads, because you don't have a warm market, you have to commit to calling, text messaging, voicemailing, and emailing those leads 10 to 15 times each. But let me make it sweeter for you. You've got to commit to calling, text messaging, voicemailing, emailing each lead 10 to 15 times. So 10 to 15 times. Howard, you're too much, bro. You got to commit to calling that list, voicemailing, text messaging, emailing that list 10 to 15 times within your first 7 days of buying that list. Because here's the thing, you got that number. I need you to understand something. In the next 14 days to 30 days to 45 days, 5, 6 other people are going to have that same number. You're in a race. You're in a race to meet that person, build rapport with that person, sell that person. And then you got to make sure you built enough rapport that you retain that relationship so that when the other 4 to 5 other agents call them up, guess what happens? Right? They say, no, I'm good. I'm already taken care of. I met this amazing person called Deneen, and I have no desire whatsoever to talk to somebody else. Because if you didn't build enough of a rapport while you were with them and you were very transactional, I guarantee you somebody else who's more charismatic is going to get in the door. And all they got to do is show that person a policy that's $3 cheaper than what you sold them. It doesn't even have to have the same benefits. It could be a lower quality product, but it's $3 cheaper. You lost the relation. You lost the business. Why? Because they built the relationship. So why do I say this? Before we went live with TKO, I wanted to make sure that we had a system. I wanted to make sure that every single agent had an opportunity to feel like they had a virtual assistant working for them at a much lower price than what an assistant costs. I wanted to make sure that the whole 10 to 15 touch points wasn't something people are afraid of. I wanted to make sure that if you were going to be an agency builder, that you could log in somewhere, you could see all the business that your agency's done. I mean, within minutes. Someone turns in business, boom, within minutes you can see it. Someone recruits somebody, boom, within minutes you can see it. Someone brings on board someone licensed, boom, within minutes you can see it. You can run projections and forecasts and see and look at trends and numbers and treat your business like a business. And if you were going to buy 100 leads, I wanted to make sure that you had the peace of mind of knowing that those 100 leads, they're going to get 10, 15 phone calls, text messages, voicemails, emails, and 75% of that work wasn't even by you, but through the use of technology and automation. People say all the time, this device right here will make you $1 million. Let's be honest, it's not this device. It's the softwares that you download into the device. It's the accessibility that this device gives you. That's what it is. And so we developed a software called Jarvis. You guys ask, well, where'd you get Jarvis from? Everybody seen Iron Man? Right? Everybody seen Iron Man, right? The assistant, right? What is that? Stark's assistant, it's Jarvis. It's a virtual intelligence robot. And let me tell you, Jarvis, when it first came out, it was okay. But over the months, we've learned and we've learned and we've learned and we've learned. And every time we learn a little bit more about what the field wants, what the field needs, we adapt, we adjust, and we go. So I want to say thank you first off to the people who've been participating with it and been flexible to the changes. But I also want to talk to those people who don't have it yet. You're really shooting yourself in the foot by not having it. We're going to go through a scenario right now. We're going to go through, a training on this right now. And this is going to be ran by, to be quite frank, someone that has impacted TKO in a way where I can tell you right now, guaranteed, that TKO wouldn't be where it's at right now if it wasn't for this individual, selflessly, because of a good friendship that he and I have. Because we came from the same company, to be honest with you. We had the same frustrations with the company that we were with. When we decided to build this soon-to-be empire, I'm going to throw it out there into existence, right? This empire that we're building, this empire that's gonna promote out so many other individual FMO empires. When we decided to go down this path, we knew that technology was something that could give us an edge to everybody else because it creates speed. And fortunately enough, he speaks computer jargon. I mean, I call it that. There's a whole nother language to that word. In a way where, but he also speaks English, right? So I speak to him in English. Here's what I want the software to do with my experience as a field agent. And then he speaks in computer jargon to a set of developers out in Silicon Valley that built this entire software. A software that, by the way, is not cheap. It's not cheap. I've had many people approach me about, hey, you should really market this out to other FMOs and sell it, but I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to be a software developer that generates income off subscriptions. No, I want it to be a tool that everybody can use inside of the agency, because the insurance premiums is what I'm looking to build for you guys and what I'm looking to build for my family. And so I keep the costs literally to the point where it just covers itself. It just covers itself, literally. So without further ado, I want to introduce somebody to you who's going to run a training on this, but I want you to promise me something. When he does his training, pay attention. Don't assume that you know, because maybe you subscribed to it 3-4 months ago and it's completely changed. Pay attention to him, but in the same token, respect his time. Sometimes I see him getting some random text messages at 2 a.m. from some of the agents, and I'm thinking to myself, if that agent only sat in and watched the presentation or sat into his Thursday night training class, all those answers would be answered. All those questions would be answered. Okay. I want to bring him up because he's built that massive technology platforms. And now we have the pleasure of working with him and having him communicate with our developers and really give birth to this concept, give birth to this project. Okay. He came from South Africa. He speaks with a pretty freaking cool accent. He refuses to be the voicemail drips to the company. He only wants to use my voice, but I think it'd be better if we got voicemail drips with a South African accent. I think he has a background in finance and law, actually, not finance, just a background in law. Coincidentally enough, his wife has the same name as I do, Tony. So at nighttime, if he ever wakes up with a nightmare and screams out Tony, we don't know who he's thinking about, either me or his wife. It's kind of creepy, but he's married, has a lovely family. Okay, unmute yourself and give some love to none other than our very own Howard Rabinowitz. Brother from another mother, can you hear me?
I can. I'm going to put myself back on mute since I had a whole long conversation with nobody earlier.
The floor is yours, brother. I'm going to make you co-host.
I'm not quite sure what to say or where to go since you've just given the Jarvis presentation, but I'll see what I can do. Let me share my screen. Is that Karen Mahika there? I probably can't pronounce it correctly.
I think that is Karen. Karen Mahika? Yes, I believe so.
Share. Okay, can you see?
Yep, we can see it.
Okay, so a lot of the stuff Tony's already covered. A lot of the stuff I'm hoping I'm not going to repeat because I'm just going to keep going. And I think there are a lot of people on here that have already signed. And if you see me looking to the side, please understand I'm working off 2 different screens here. So I'm trying to see where I'm actually am or what everything is. There are a lot of people that are on here that I think have sat in on a Jarvis presentation. A lot of people have Jarvis, some people don't have it. Some, quite frankly, just aren't taking advantage of it. And unfortunately, I think that's majority of people that have it aren't actually using it to the way it should be used. And as Tony said at the very beginning, leads work if you work them. And you're going to hear that from anyone in the industry using leads, that if you work those leads, it works. If you don't work those leads, it doesn't work. Unfortunately, where we've come with technology is, back in the day, if you do any research, I say it used to take 3 to 7 touch points before you make a sale. So that's, contacting the person the first time, sending them a proposal. By the time you've had your 4th to 7th contact, that sale should be in the bag. These days, unfortunately, with the advent of technology and social media and everything else, those numbers have increased drastically. You're looking now at closer to 15 to 20 times until you make a sale. And some people in the industry are actually saying, it's closer to 15 to 20 times before you even speak to the person. And that's with everything that's going on. I'm sure, people have made millions out of building software to purely filter out robocallers. There's RoboKiller and all that other stuff, so that people don't have to answer their phone. And we've got so many ways to communicate with people these days, between Facebook Messenger, WhatsApp, text messages, phone calls, emails, voicemails. There's all these ways of doing it, and yet people are actually even more unreachable now than they were before, where you could just pick up the phone and, if they were home, they were home. If they weren't home, you left a message on the answering machine. And that's really, really changed how we have to approach people, because you don't know where someone is, you don't know what they're doing. I've sat in houses with clients where you see their phone ring and they're like, I don't answer a number that I don't recognize. I don't do that either. I'm sure majority of you don't answer numbers that you don't recognize. So
Howard, I think you froze up, bud. Let's give him a minute to see if he hops back on. Is everybody else experiencing the same thing, or is that just me?
Same.
Okay.
I
Hang
can't
tight.
hear.
Okay, hang tight. We'll get him back on here. Let me shoot him a message. Yep, he just hopped off. It's probably signal knocked out. We'll get him back on here momentarily.
nice. You are at somebody else's beck and whim, called the phone companies. As soon as it's back on, I'll share my screen. I was saying, we really have to change the touch points on how we reach people. So the way Jarvis has actually been set up is we try and make sure that, these leads that are coming in are basically cold leads and not your warm market leads. So Jarvis is set up that we are sending text messages, we're leaving voice messages, we can make phone calls, we're sending emails, which are basically your four main ways of contacting a client. What Jarvis isn't going to do for you is that Jarvis obviously can't go door knock the client for you. That's on you to do. Jarvis has been set up, and we'll log in as soon as I'm back up. But basically, as soon as you load a client into Jarvis, Jarvis starts on a quick drip campaign, like it's a really aggressive campaign to try and get a response from the person as soon as possible. And the person gets multiple SMSs, multiple voicemails, multiple emails in the first 7 to 10 days. And we really bombard the person trying to get a response. And those 7 to 10 days are really crucial, because that's the time period that chances are the person just submitted an inquiry, and you're not the only person trying to reach them. There's other people trying to reach them. They've submitted it to multiple places. And we're really trying to get in front of the person as soon as possible. After those 10 days, if we've had no response from that person, Jarvis takes a step back and says, you know what, let me take a break from it. And it puts a person on hold for 30 days. So we go at them, and then we take a break and we stop for 30 days. What this does is kind of allows you to, allows the person to basically forget about you. Chances are, if you weren't able to reach them in the first 7 to 10 days, you're not going to be able to reach them unless you're door knocking them. After 30 days, there's a very good chance that that person's situation has changed. By now, they're not getting bombarded by messages from 10 different agents. And that's when Jarvis kicks back in again. And it starts with another campaign, which is less, I'm tempted not to use the word aggressive, but it's less less in your face, like it's far more conversational. It's the occasional message, once a day, every second day. It's a more thought out campaign to try and get some interaction. And it also tells the person, more, we're taking steps to come and meet you. This goes on for a couple of weeks. All in all, Jarvis is probably sending messages for 3 months, I'd say it easily. And the way I like to look at this and think about it is, you can, I might be connected. You can sit there and you can send messages. You can send text messages to all your leads. You can sit on your phone and you can dial in every single number and hit the green button and phone them and wait for them to pick up and then hang up and then tick that person off and move on to the next person. You're more than welcome to do that. Quite honestly, I don't have the time to do that. I don't have the patience to do that. I don't have the willpower to do that. My response all this time,
All right, his computer is back. Howard, I'm making you the co-host.
okay, thank you. So my attitude is, quite honestly, I'd rather have Jarvis do all of that for me, because I can only send messages to so many people a day. Tony always tells us that if you want to send out Facebook messages and friend requests, you should be sending 75 requests a day, and sending those people messages. But if you're buying a lead list with 100 people on, are you going to sit and message those people 100 text messages every day, sometimes 3 text messages a day? That's 300 text messages you have to send. And now you want to reach those people every day for a week, and then you're buying new leads. So now you're sitting with 200 leads and you want to keep reaching those people. Good luck. I can tell you, I won't be doing that. So let me log into Jarvis so you guys can see what it is and how it works. I'm assuming you can see my screen. So to get into Jarvis, you're going to type in app.tkofinancialnetwork.com. And then you're going to sign into your account. You know you're in Jarvis because there's going to be that little Jarvis logo up there on the left-hand side. So let's sign in. When you sign in, you're going to see a drop down up here on the top, which is going to have your VP's hierarchy. So if you are in Kenny's hierarchy, you'll click on Kenneth Lamberson hierarchy client leads. If you're in Rubiel's, you'll click on Rubiel's hierarchy leads. If you're in Tony's, you'll click on Tony's hierarchy leads. If you're a VP, you'll also have access to this top one, which is TKO Financial Network Agents VP Business. That's where you'll see all the business coming in. You'll also be able to see what's happening with the recruits in your organization. So let's log in over here to Tony Martinez Client Hierarchy Leads. What I'm showing you is an overall high-level view. Obviously, when you log in, you're only going to have access to your specific information. You're not going to have access to everyone else's, because I have limited developer access from the developers, so I can kind of troubleshoot 1 or 2 small issues. I have a much higher level view access, so just take it with a pinch of salt, but at least I can show you what there is. First thing you're going to see when you come in here is this funnel over here. Everything works on a funnel. Now with the funnel, what you're trying to do is you're trying to drive the person from the initial contact down the funnel into a sale. So you're going to have lots of people that you initially contact in. You're going to have fewer people that respond. You're going to have fewer people that you've got a follow-up meeting with, and so on. So this is your tunnel over here. This shows you where everyone has been over this period from February 28th to August 29th. So you'll see we started with, there's 2,106 people over here, then it goes down to 1,600 and so on, and it keeps going down. This pie chart over here, this tells you where people currently are. So, this, for those of you that are analytical and want to know that information, this is where the information is. When a person gets loaded into Jarvis, what happens is the first place that they go into the contact list. So click on the left-hand side here and the contact smart list. Oh, before I forget, very, very, very important. For those of you new to Jarvis, on the left-hand side over here, there's a Jarvis training button. If you click on that, you're going to have a full training courtesy of Tony Martinez on exactly how to use Jarvis. So you don't actually really need me. And if you have any issues, please contact the presenter. I'll put his number in the chat a little bit later. So we go back over to here. Here's your contacts. You'll see these are the people that are being loaded in. So Latoya Brunton was added in on August 27th. Shelly Carter, August 24th. You'll see all these different leads coming in. Now, once these people get loaded in, this is where their contact information is. If you click on their name, you'll be able to pull up what's essentially their contact card. And this will have their information and all that other stuff next to it. Now, where they also go is they get loaded into an opportunity. So this is basically your funnel. Now, everyone gets loaded into new lead conversation when they get loaded in. They get loaded into two funnels. They get loaded into the new lead conversation and they get loaded into the phone zone. The way I like to think about this is your text conversation. These are your phone calls. You don't need to do anything with this column. These are the people that you phone. You'll see that loaded into, you'll see Austin's over here, Austin's over there. Heaven's over there, Heaven's over there. Bernata's over there, Bernata's over there. Stephanie's there, Stephanie's there. So it's doubled up on each and every person. When you start moving along, you'll see these are the stages of your funnel. So they're in a text conversation, they're in a phone conversation. These are the people that have responded to you. They're in a current conversation. These are people you need to decide where they need to go. These are the people that have told you they're not interested. These are the people who are dead. These are the people that have expressed interest, and so on. These are people that have scheduled a meeting. These are the people you need to follow up with. You can click on these people from here and you can move them around. So let's say you have a meeting scheduled with Judy. Judy, you had your meeting with, you now need to follow up with her. You can drag her into the follow-up column. If the meeting's been closed and you've closed the client, you can move into the closed column. So you can move people around from here. You can also click on that person to see if you need more information about them and the conversation that's been taking place. What you can also do is you can call the person directly from here, or you can send them a text message. Okay, let me stop here briefly and ask, are there any questions so far? I'm looking to the side because that's where all the...
Now's the best time to ask, guys.
All your faces are.
So I have a system that looks just like this, but it's like for my Medicare side. There's just no way to implement this and that, right? Because I pay for that one too.
Two different systems.
Okay.
So what's happened is you'll see similar stuff out in the market, because what our developers have done is they've taken a kind of like a base and they've built on that. So it's kind of the same way as people use let me think of an example. Everyone has access to Gmail. Your messages though are unique to you. So a lot of people have access to the foundation and to a base, but it's what you do with it afterwards. And a lot of people have, you'll see that some people have used this base for Medicare, and some people have used it for health insurance. So we've taken the base, or essentially the wheels of the car, and we've built the car on top of it. So you can take the wheels and you can put a Toyota on top of it, or you can put a Porsche on top of it. The wheels are going to stay the same. So we've kind of used that platform as the base. Another way to think of it is, everyone has access to Microsoft Word. But what are you going to put in the document? Microsoft Word is allowing you to type words into it. Everyone can write in it, but some people are writing a short message, some people are writing a novel. Does that kind of explain it, Eve? That's why you'll see similar layouts with different things.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be the same thing, but I see it's totally different.
Okay, so you'll see very similar layouts. You'll probably see things which look, I mean, I can see where people have used the same tires. And I can tell you now, I mean, before we found the developers to build this for us, we looked at another system which had the same base, and they were charging $3,500 for a setup fee, and then they were charging $250 a month subscription to be able to access it, and you basically couldn't do anything. You could send people a text message and you could send them an email. That was it. It was kind of like, here's a piece of paper, we're paying you to use the piece of paper. So, what our developers have managed to do with this is actually quite extraordinary. Does that help, Eve?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Any other questions before I move on? Okay. Well, I'm going to go show you some things, and let me just show you this very quickly. So you've got an idea, a slight idea of what Jarvis is doing. And Eve, I think you'll really appreciate this. Can everyone see my Word document?
Yes.
Okay. This is Jarvis's kind of bare bones. This is the platform that we started on, and I mean, this is an outdated document. This is about 4 months old, but I want to give you an idea of what Jarvis is doing. This is 34 pages of what happens when a client comes into, when you load a lead into the system, the messages that get sent out, what Jarvis responds, if the person responds back, what happens. This is 34 pages of just the way the developers had put the initial structure together. I mean, here you'll see all the messages that are going out. So there's a lot under the hood. And I'm not going to go into that because, quite honestly, it's not very exciting. Just know that it works. So let me give you an idea. So once you've gone over here and you can see what stage everyone's in, where I often go to is I go to my conversations tab, and I'll show you what's been happening. So Lamarcus Pryor came in. This is Karen. This is one of your clients. And you'll see Lamarcus came in July 1st. Lamarcus came in. Karen sent Lamarcus a message that she's going back to them about the insurance. And now Karen started sending text messages. Text message after text message after text message. I mean, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. 26 messages were sent to Lamarcus before Lamarcus finally responded and said, no, I'm fine, appreciate it. Now, that's actually pretty spot on with what I was saying earlier with the number of touch points that you need till somebody responds. And these are text messages, voicemails, emails. Now, ask yourself, would you rather spend your time texting and phoning somebody 25 times before they tell you, no, I'm fine, I'm appreciate it, I'm not interested? Or would you have Jarvis do it for you? once you get a response from that person, what I would do over here is I'd go over to here under opportunities. This is the easiest way to do it. So you can either go into opportunities. As soon as that person responds, Lamarcus is going to be moved into current conversations. So they'll be in this column over here. You can go through it over there. The easier way to do it is if you go into conversations over here. Back to my conversations. The easier way to move Lamarcus is if you click where it says new lead conversation, that's because the person's having a conversation with you at the moment. Click on that little box, move them to not interested. You're going to do a drive-by. There we go, just update, and that person's been moved. Let's mark them as read. Here's another one, Karen. Karen, you started sending messages to this person July 1st. Messages kept on going out, kept on going out. August 23rd. Just following up if you got my messages yesterday, no response. August 23rd, another message. On my way out of the office, haven't heard back from you yet, so I'll follow up with you tomorrow. August 24th, another message. August 25th, Carrie, you sent, who is this? Karen, you sent another message. Sorry for not reaching out soon. I've been with clients yesterday and today. I'm back in your area on Friday. Are you available for me to drop it off? This was sent out on August 25th. That was sent out on Wednesday. The person responded to you, who's this? I'll come see you this Friday. So you've told them you'll come see them on Friday and they're okay with that. This is a warm lead. This is somebody who now expected you to at least contact them or send them a message that you're coming to see them on Friday. And it's a warm lead. This is a potential sale. And it took over 25 messages for this person to actually show some life. Here's another person. Let's see. I don't want to just do Karen. Okay, Josh Collier. Josh bought these leads a while ago. He's not on the training, but I want to give you an idea of how we can use the system and we can work these leads, or we can get somebody else to do it. June 19th, the person was added in. There are all the messages. They responded. June 23rd, been busy moving. We kept on sending messages because it wasn't a response that we wanted. Still no response, still no response. I'm busy all week for 2 weeks. If you ask me, this is a follow-up. Put them in your follow-up and put a note next to them to contact them in 2 weeks. So how do we do that? Let's go into Katie's name and we can add in a task for us to do. So we can add a new task over here. We can put in notes, follow up in 2 weeks. And let's save that note. Let's put a task in. This is for Josh. Due date, and we can put all of that information in. Here we go. 2-week follow-up. Give this to Josh. The due date of like at Friday the 10th. So now you know, okay, follow up with this person on October 10th, and this is going to come up on Josh's dashboard. We also want to move this person because it's not a current conversation. We want to follow up with this person, so we'll move them to follow up, update. So here's a lead who's warm. Like, you know, we should be working this lead. Here's another person, Mark, not currently interested. Wrong number. Perfect. That means this person is dead, or you can go door knock them. Here's Gregory. Gregory actually, who's this? Josh Collier again. Gregory was sending messages to, who eventually responded. When was this response? August 25th. Who is this? And then they left a phone call at it. Let's see what they say. Okay, I'm not going to take that any further. Let me explain to you what happened here. The person called Josh, and Josh, the number was forwarded, the phone call was forwarded to Josh's phone. When Josh answered the phone, he gets a message to say, Jarvis lead is calling, connect now, which he did. He could click connect, and then he just didn't follow the script. He was like, I don't know who this is. Where when Jarvis connects with you, it says, this is who's calling you. You've got a lead coming from Jarvis. The conversation is, hi, this is Josh Collier. How may I help you? Oh, it's so-and-so. You sent me a text message. What was in connection with? Well, more than likely, I was responding to your inquiry about insurance. Are you still interested? How can I help you? This is the conversation track that we should be having. Here's all the messages going out. You can see, so this is a high level view of everyone in Tony's hierarchy. You can see some people are working it, some people aren't. Chastity. Let's go look over here. I think this is Josh as well. Okay, Josh, I'm sorry to be picking on you here, but you're not on the Zoom call, so you can't defend yourself, which is okay. We sent a message to Chastity June 19th, and the messages started going out. August 23rd, another message went out. Chastity, I tried to swing by you on Saturday, but ran out of time. I know we weren't able to connect last week, but does tomorrow work better for you this week? You can call me tomorrow around 2 p.m. That would be great for me. Does anyone want to call Chastity? Do you think she's interested now? Do you think this is a warm lead? Chastity asked somebody to call them on August 24th.
Listen out for the dogs.
That was-
I have to run out.
That was Tuesday. Chastity asked for a phone call. This cold lead, Jarvis has turned into a warm lead who now wants a response. With no response, has probably turned into a dead lead. So again, guys, everything works if you work it. And as I said at the beginning, some people are really taking advantage of this. Some people just aren't taking advantage of it. And it's really easy. You can log into this on your cell phone on Safari or Google Chrome or whatever it is, and keep this open. And you can respond to people from there, send text messages, make phone calls, do everything that you need to do.
Hey, Howard,
Yeah.
I want to state something, but I want to then ask you something. VPs, I want you to understand, I mean, look what you just saw there. Josh Collier, who actually happens to be direct to me, so I'm dropping the ball there. He has a lead. He has someone literally ready who to take action, and it was Jarvis that messaged that person 10, 15 times before the person finally said, yes, you can call me at this hour. I have a feeling Josh hasn't been logging in to see, but this is a message to the VPs. You as VPs, you get to see your downline's activity. And so if 5 of your agents subscribe to Jarvis and they all upload leads and and let's say one guy's working it really good, but the other 4 aren't, or 4 guys are at the end of the day, you get to see all the activity of what they're doing. So when someone says, hey, I'm interested, you can log in and you can see, and you can remind your agent, hey, bro, you got somebody on the line there. This guy's interested. Give him a call, or you can hop in and do it. You know, you can hop in as a VP. You can hop into their Jarvis, logged in as you under your credentials. You can hop into their Jarvis and you can text message reply as though you are them. So that's my statement. My question is for you, Howard. I don't know if the developers did this to that one, but did Josh receive a text message from Jarvis that somebody replied?
Yeah, as soon as that person responds, he gets a text message.
Okay. So your agent's going to get a text message when that person replies, letting you know, hey, Josh, log in. You got somebody that is somewhat interested. I'm going to follow up with Josh myself because he's actually a direct in my agency. He's in the net TKO team. I'm going to follow up with him and see what's going on with that. But you know, this is the kind of clarity and transparency that as an agency owner, you get a chance to see. But it's your job now to, you know, use it yourself, edify it through your use, and get your agents on this type of system so that you can really get a good view of what's going on in your business.
And then just for the VPs out there, see there are some on and some that have subscribed to Jarvis. You should be set up on 2 different levels, which means you actually have to have 2 different logins. Your first login is going to give you access to your book of business and all your agents. Your second login is going to give you access to all your agents' leads so you can monitor what's going on. If you haven't been set up that way and you are subscribed to Jarvis, please reach out to me because then we need to get your setup changed so that you've got 2 different login profiles so that you can see exactly what's going on under your leads. And to give you an example, I can show you, probably show you Tony. So you'll see Tony actually has 2 different logins, 2 different email addresses. That login gives him a hierarchy view. This gives him a view of his agents in his specific team. So this is his book of business and his recruits. This is his agents' leads. So if you don't have that, please reach out to me because then we need to get you set up correctly. I'm not going to go that there's a lot more functionality here that it's going to take me another hour to even touch on. You know, there's phone zones that we can have. You can call everyone, you know, just give you a brief idea. You can start a phone zone over here. We've got 8 different phone zones that we have with people. Each time you phone the person, if there's no answer, the first time you phone them, they get a text message, so I just called you. The second time you call them, they get a voicemail. The third time you call them, they get an email. The fourth time you call them, they'll get another email. So it's really designed for you to be quick, efficient, you know, and save you time and save you money, you know, so that you don't have to sit and do all of this stuff. You don't have to, you know, after you can't reach somebody, you don't have to send them a text message to say, hi, so-and-so, I just tried to give you a call. Please call me back. It's all done for you. You don't have to sit on the phone and listen to, at the tone, please leave a message. Jarvis is going to leave that message for you. You don't have to do any of that stuff. There's so much functionality we can go into. I'm not going to go any further on this. One thing I do want to say from the VPs, and Tony, we need to talk about it later. There is some like mind-blowing automation that has gone in and as in the process of development when it comes to the agents who want to actually recruit and build and are looking to get people up and running as quickly as possible, and to get them, as Tony says, from contracting to commission as quickly as possible. We're taking it a step earlier. It's from sign up to commission. We want to get people up and running as quickly as we can, so that you're just not sitting with another name in your agency, because you know the reality is if somebody's not doing anything, all they are is a name. and they're not doing anything because they probably haven't been given the direction and the mentorship, and you haven't been on top of them to say, have you done this? Have you done this? Have you done this? Because people aren't going to do it unless you tell them to do it. And the automation that's going in place here really allows you to free up your time, as well as keep on top of the person to make sure they're getting done what they need to get done. They are attending training, they're watching the webinars, they're setting up their Voxer, they're starting their contracting paperwork, all of that stuff that you ordinarily would be following up with your new agent and saying, have you done this? You don't have to worry about it anymore. So that's just a side note. Guys, I'm gonna open up for questions now because I don't want to take up too much of the time, and I know everyone's hungry. And any questions?
I love it. I love it.
Howard.
Go ahead. Someone asked a question.
No, I didn't really have a question. This is Jeremiah Rico. I was just don't really have a question, but I thank you for your time and actually breaking everything down. I see that there is a huge amount of advantages and things that we could leverage here with the system. So definitely looking forward to diving deeper into it. And actually, I did think of one thing. After the 12 weeks, what if you need to continue that campaign, or what if you haven't reached that limit of 25 touches within those 12 weeks? What could you do then to continue?
So within 12 weeks, that person's going to be getting a lot of messages. Quite honestly, after 12 weeks, firstly, keep in mind those 25 touch points. That's just from the text messaging side. You've been sending them text messages, you've been sending them voicemails, you've been sending them emails. That's a text messaging side. At the same time, you should be running phone zones, and you should be calling that person at least 8 times. If you can't reach them after calling them 8 times on the phone, you can't reach them through all the text messages and voicemails, either they're dead, or quite honestly, you just need to go knock on their door. Say, hi, been trying to reach you. The office sent me out. They've been trying to reach you, and that they send me out as a courtesy. We have your inquiry. How can I help you? And that's basic door knocking. But yeah, you just need to keep at it. And I mean, quite honestly, Tony and I had a case a while ago. I called the person 17 times before they actually responded. And we answered the phone, and they're like, yes, we're actually looking. And I don't know what caused them to suddenly answer that one time. I had another lady who said she just decided to answer my call for no reason. But I had called her 14 times before that. 15 times she decided to answer. You just don't know where people are. You don't know what they're doing. And you also don't know what's going on in their life at that stage. You could be sending them a text message today and they're not interested. And in 3 weeks' time, they've had a death in the family, and now you're sending them another message. And you know what? Now's a good time. Or 2 months down the line, now's a good time. And Rico, I just want to actually go see you over here, because I see you've been absolutely killing it with the recruits lately. I don't think yours.
I don't think he's subscribed yet to Jarvis, which is probably why the developers haven't created his VP profile.
His VP profile has been set up in other areas. It hasn't been set up in Jarvis yet, correct?
Gotcha.
So yeah, he doesn't have a Jarvis set up yet. But I know
here's the reality, guys. Your job when you're closing is to take something from a text message to a phone call to a face-to-face. If you can go text message to face-to-face, even better. If after 12 weeks of Jarvis text messaging, you haven't taken the diligence, you haven't taken the accountability to have, that person, that phone number called 5-6 times, you're shooting yourself in the foot. Again, leads work, but you got to work them, right? Jarvis takes care of a good majority of the work for you, and in my opinion, kind of smokes out the people who are interested, because people respond, and now you know who to respond to. But if you don't make a decision within your first 7 days to call those numbers with a speed dialer. Guys, a speed dialer, you can knock out 100 calls in under an hour. If you don't make a decision to not to have that phone number see your phone number calling them 6, 7, 8 times, while the text message automation is going on, while the emails are going on, while the voicemail drips are going on, after 12 weeks, you might, I mean, give up, go buy more leads. That's the reality. Because I'll tell you the other secret sauce to this, using Jarvis, the other secret sauce is you have to make a weekly commitment to buy leads. Some of the most successful people in lead gen business, what they'll do is they'll buy a lead list and they will work it to the bone within their first 7 days, because they know on the 8th day, they're buying another batch of leads. So if they're going to buy another batch of leads and they're going to put the time into that batch of leads, they gotta work the first batch that they bought. So you got to always think of yourself as somewhat under the clock. I bought a batch of leads. I got to get my money's worth. I'm going to call, text message, and voicemail like crazy this first week, because next week I'm buying another batch of leads. And Jarvis is going to keep texting that first batch for another 12 more weeks. So if anybody, pops up, then it's just a bonus. But I'm buying another batch next week, and I'm going to keep going. And I'm buying another batch the week after that, and I'm going to keep going.
Look at the cumulative effect of that. You're buying, let's say, $500 worth of leads in week 1, and you're working them, and week 2 you buy another 500. Most people in the industry, once that new batch of leads arrives, that's it. They're working the next batch, and the ones that they haven't worked go into the back burner. And quite often we've been to clients and they're like, nobody contacted me. It's like, well, actually somebody probably has been phoning you and sending you messages and everything else. But now, what if you're accumulating those leads, and instead of like most people in the industry, you work those leads and then you buy new ones? Jarvis is continuing to work those. And so continue working those for another 3 months. So first you had $500 worth of leads being worked. Now you've got $1,000 worth of leads being worked. Now you've got $1,500 of leads being worked, and you're not doing anything. You're just waiting for them to come in. You're working your new batch, and any other ones that get reactivated, that's bonus.
Correct. 100%. You have to make a decision to buy on a weekly basis. You should have a conversation with yourself and your significant other. What budget do you want to put towards it? Because I'm not going to lie to you and tell you that you don't need to invest into your business. You're either going to invest into your business through the process of buying leads and working those leads, or you're going to invest into your business through the process of building referrals, building networks. But, even in the referral business, if you're not getting 25 referrals a week, you're making a big mistake. Lead gen, in my opinion, is the easiest way to flip your money and get somebody in your agency that's not a big builder, not a big recruiter, not a big networker, get them into a system that gives them a profit right away. I mean, literally, when you work in lead gen, guys, we're talking simplified issued products. I mean, that's just black and white. When you work the lead gen biz, you're talking simplified issued. We're talking, final expense, 5-minute approval. We're talking simplified mortgage protection, 5-minute approval. It's such a quick turnaround. You could essentially buy leads on a Monday, meet with those people on a Wednesday, get them approved that Wednesday, get commissioned on Friday, so that by the following Monday, you're buying another batch of leads, but you're buying it with the profits of your first lead. And the people who didn't buy, they're still they're in Jarvis for another 11 more weeks, getting messages. And all of a sudden, boom, one pops up, boom, another one pops up. But you got to start the domino. It's a domino effect, but you got to make the decision to start that first domino. Okay. Even in regards to it being a phone app, we have the capabilities of doing it, but it's a lot more costly. Right now, we've kept the cost down very low. Let me get screen sharing ability back.
Before I do that, just on the phone app, it's in development, but it says costly, and there's just too many bugs in it at the moment because you're dealing with different platforms. But before I give that back to you, Tony, and Rick, I see you're on. Does any of this look familiar to you? You can unmute yourself.
Those are the recruits.
Those are all your recruits.
Hey, look at that.
They're all in the system. It's 24 recruits since, 24 people. Now, how would you like it? As I said, we've got some exciting stuff coming. if every time one of your agents put a recruit into the system, you get a text message with that person's number and a message, this person's just joined, give them a call, or with the ability for you to have the call connect straight to them. And then you can even go in and see exactly where each person is, in what stage they're at, where your licensed agents are, where are they, who are they in contracting, have they done their contracting, have they received a welcome call, have they done their FNA, where is that person, what needs to happen to them. And you don't even need to do anything. You can just see where they are and know that they're getting moved through the system, and they're getting all the online training and the follow-ups and messages to keep them going. And you're just monitoring to see, oh, this person's ready for an FNA, let me meet with them. This person is stuck over here, they need help over here, let me see where they are. So just a little teaser, because that's where things are going pretty quickly.
So I have a question. I'm in the Medicare realm, and then I just kind of started my life insurance. So I do have quite a bit of personal leads, which they're personal. And I just know me, I don't like to get 20 text messages from the same person. So is there like a different style workflow, or if I put them in there, that's just the only workflow to go off of? Because I don't really purchase leads all the time.
It's pretty much the only workflow to go off of. We've tried to make it as user friendly for everyone. Unfortunately, when you start building something that this person wants that or this person wants that, nothing ever gets done. But we've tried to keep it as generic as possible and conversational as possible, so people don't feel like they're getting messages from a bot. It's set up and it's worded in such a way that it's somebody having a conversation with them, and it doesn't have that. It really, in my opinion, and from what I've heard from people, it doesn't have that automated feel. We've never had people saying, this is a bot or anything like that. People think they're having a genuine conversation with you. In regards to limiting it, you can always, you can manually go in and you can turn off all the automation if you want to, and just have no messages go out to the person. But that's kind of going to be up to you to say, okay, well, I know this person was loaded in here. Let me put a reminder in after day 10 to go and turn it off. So that really does become personal preference.
And then is there something where, like, if you do close the sale, there's something that, thanks them for their business and asks for referrals, or that's not in there?
Not in there yet. Again, that's a lot of the stuff that's in development at the moment. Where the concentration has been is we need to take these people who don't respond and we need to turn them into warm leads so that we can close the business. And because we're dealing on a mass number, we need to convert as many people to warm leads as possible. Once they're converted, at this stage, it's really up to you to nurture that relationship and thank you for the business, send them a thank you card, or do any of that personal stuff that you want to do. That being said, that's not to say that stuff isn't in the pipeline, but there are other higher development priorities on the development list at this stage that we're trying to work through.
I'll tell you an idea that I have that, again, it's in the future with regards to the existing clients. The reason in the new business transmitter you guys put in the date of birth and the month of birth is because what we're trying to eventually do in the future, and I don't want to tell you how soon it's going to be, but it is on the forecast, is we want Jarvis to be able to send out birthday cards to the existing, to the people who do become clients. We want Jarvis to send a reminder of an annual review to the people who become clients. So that's all essentially there in the works, right? Right now, what we're working on for Jarvis is more about the new associates. So the new associates get a taste of Jarvis from the beginning, but I don't want to give any more information in regards to what that's going to do until we actually get it developed. Let me close off with this because we're dripping right into our lunch hour. Okay. How much is Jarvis? Jarvis costs $75 a month for a VP. Okay, so I don't have my camera on, my apologies. Here I am preaching cameras and I don't have mine on. Here we go. All right, so Jarvis costs $75 a month per VP. Okay, with like a 5% surcharge, I think it is. So it ends up being like $78.50 or something like that. $50 a month for a non-VP. Okay, it's a month-to-month contract. This isn't one of those things you have to get if you don't want to. It's just, again, it's a tool given to you so you can create speed into your business and you can really maximize. One sale, literally, and you've made enough money to cover the entire year and some of the cost. It's just that cost effective. You're not being charged for the thousands of text messages that are going to be, sent out, the emails, all that stuff has a cost. All that automation has a cost. It's just one-time flat cost. Your first payment has to be the first and the last payment. That's just the way the developer set it up to make sure they cover their end. And then when you're going to cancel, you just got to give a 30-day notice, right? It is automatic. So it's going to be automatically billed. There's no way around that through a credit card of some sort, Visa, MasterCard, or whatever, on the 15th of every month. So if you sign up and you're not, like, for example, right now we're looking at the 28th, right? So we're about 50% of the way before the next 15th. If you sign up, right, like now, let's say you would pay your first and your last month, but then on the 15th, you pay a prorated amount, probably about half the price. So you're not going to be overcharged. But that's just the way that the system essentially works. Here's a nugget that I want to throw out to you guys. Okay. Same thing as I did with credit repair. I'm going to do it right now with Jarvis. Why? Because I believe in these services and I believe you're shooting yourself in the foot by buying leads and not having this type of automation. I dramatically think you are. So anybody who subscribes to Jarvis before midnight tonight Eastern time, okay, midnight tonight Eastern time, okay, I'm gonna drop 25 leads into your Jarvis, 25 free leads with regards to the state that you're in, into your Jarvis for you to start working the system, and using it for what it is. I just did a video early this week with Irvin Burge that I believe is going to be very powerful for you guys to use in reference to how I use Jarvis, how I use the automation, how I use the auto dialer, how I move the pipeline around, what happens when you put things in do not disturb. It's obviously, I'm doing it a little bit more slower than today because we're pressed for time, but I encourage you to watch that video. Watch that video because it'll help you out dramatically on how to use the system. But again, the same nugget, as I said, anybody who subscribes before midnight Eastern time tonight, VPs and non-VPs, okay? I'm gonna give you 25, I repeat, 25 leads based on your state at no cost. I'm gonna drop them in there, okay? And how you get access to it, let me show you here real quickly. Oh, that's a little project that I'm working on here. Here we go. So you subscribe, you go to tkofinancialnetwork.com. You're logged in. There's Jarvis CRM right there. Here's where you buy leads. Here's Jarvis CRM. So you click Jarvis CRM. There's the flyer that explains what it is. There's a how-to video of how to use the system. That video probably has to get updated, but it's still pretty good. Don't get me wrong. Here's how you subscribe. Here's actually the Jarvis link. And if you have tech support issues, that's where you go for tech support. But here it is. Look how simple it is. Subscribe to Jarvis. Boom. And roll. There you are. Go ahead and you do it. The pricing right now, I will tell you what we're looking to possibly do in the future. We are looking to make some adjustments to the price and increase it a little bit. And I'll tell you why. We started off with just a 10-day drip campaign. Now we're at a 12 weeks worth of drip campaign between the text messages, the voicemails, the emails. The developers are working more and more and more, adding more and more services. That price that we have right now, it won't be there forever. I promise you it won't. I promise you that it won't. It's going to go up. My goal is to try to keep it as low as I possibly can forever, however long it is that I can. But, in the future, you can probably expect a $25 increase per person. If we want to make it a mobile app, that's a heck of a cost. But I am willing to do it. I'll tell you right now what I'm looking for. I'll tell you right now exactly what I'm looking for. I'm looking to have 100 people subscribed into Jarvis. 100 people on a regular basis subscribed into Jarvis for me to start looking at this as a mobile application where you don't have to log in through a browser. You could just have the mobile app downloaded on your phone and you can see everything that's happening as it's happening. But we need to get to about 100. And right now, I want to say we're probably at about 40, somewhere around there. So we got some work to do. So I'm going to let you guys go with that info. As I said, there's your nugget. Subscribe by midnight tonight, Eastern time, whether you're a VP or a non-VP, and I'll drop 25 leads into your Jarvis once it's created, okay? If we get a huge influx of people subscribed today, be patient if you can, please, because it takes quite a bit of time to get these developed and set up and so on and so forth. But we will have the developers working as fast as possible to get those created for you guys. Rico, you're a massive builder. I think for sure you need to be someone that jumps on this and has full clarity on what's going on with your agency, and all the other VPs as well too. If you're going to build and if you're planning to buy leads, you should definitely have it for everybody. So midnight tonight Eastern time, subscribe. 25 leads dropped into your Jarvis as a courtesy. And we're sitting right now at 12:44 Eastern time. So I cut in a little bit into your lunch hours. It was an hour and a half. It'll be an hour and 15 minutes. I don't think anybody's going to complain too much about that. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to leave the Zoom link open. You can go ahead and mute yourself. You don't have to hop off if you don't want to, but we're going to begin right at 2 o'clock. And at 2 o'clock is going to be an actual financial needs analysis. Here's what I will tell you. Out of respect for the couple that's going to come on, I'm doing a real analysis on these guys. This is live. This is live. This is not scripted, role played or nothing. This is going to be live. I need to make sure you guys are on by 2 p.m. If you're hopping on 203, 202, 201, 205, you're late. I'm not going to be able to hop you on because I do want to respect the fact that it is their weekend and it is their financial analysis. I don't want to undervalue the fact that they're doing. So my advice is hop on 5 minutes before. That's why I'm going to keep this on. You don't got to like, oh, you know, the waiting on host. No, it's going to be on there ready to go. I would encourage you not to hop off because then you're going to be in the waiting room. At 2 o'clock, we get started right away. Have a good one. Be blessed. Don't log off, like I said, and see you back at 2 o'clock. Give some love, unmute yourself and give some love to Howard, please, because he's really a pivotal key piece to this whole operation.
Thank you, Howard.
Thanks, Howard.
Thank you, guys.
All right, so we're back for the second half. Okay. I'm not gonna lie, I'm excited to do this session. My prospect is about 7 to 10 minutes or so running behind, which is good because it gives me a chance to kind of prep you for some of the how-tos. Okay, a lot of people ask me, how do you run a virtual business? How do you run it? I'm not lying to you when I tell you that 99% of my meetings are all virtual. They really are. My recruiting, my sales, my orientations, my licensing, every single thing is virtual. I was blessed with the fact that I started operating a virtual practice even before COVID-19 and the pandemic and all that stuff hit. To believe it or not, COVID-19 and the pandemic jacked up my business because I was already prepped for it. I was already armed and ready to be able to run a virtual practice. But I want to give you a couple tips and a couple things that you need to anticipate. Whenever I venture into something new, I always try to think about the risks. What are the parts, what are the hurdles that I got to make sure I have the ability to overcome, right? And when I decided to go virtual, I knew there were certain things that I needed to make sure were in place, okay? First, when you're going to go virtual, you have to make sure you have a good webcam. You got to make sure you have a good webcam. Again, I'm asking you guys today for a little bit of grace because this is an agent training, but I don't have my 1080p webcam. Why? Because I was displaced yesterday with my AC breaking in my house and having to relocate last minute. You know, obviously my background, that's not a very professional setting. So again, kind of forgive what I'm giving you today, but take my information to heart. And if you guys notice, a lot of my trainings, I'm always in a professional type environment, and I have all my equipment. But I'm going to give you a list of things you want to do if you want to run a virtual practice. One, invest into yourself and get yourself a 1080p webcam. It costs like $70 on Amazon. Number one. Number two, invest into yourself, and make sure that you put that camera on a tripod. You don't want that camera on top of the desk that you're working off of. Why? Because look, today I'm operating off of my webcam from my laptop. Look what happens when I touch my desk. See that? You lose a lot of credibility in that world. Remember, you're trying to give them as much of a face-to-face experience as possible. And so you have to overcome a lot of those hurdles. So my webcam typically is across from my desk, standing independently, where if I'm typing, texting, or this, that, or the other, my camera's not going to shake because of it. That's number one. Number two, invest into some decent lighting. Invest into some decent lighting. If you notice, I put a towel back here because light comes through there. I don't want light behind me. I need light in front of me. If I have light behind me, I end up looking like a really, really dark shadow, right? Like, for example, let me take a look here real quick. If you look at Rubiel, like, I'm glad he's on camera, but take a look at Rubiel. You notice how he has light behind him, therefore he's kind of a shadow, right? Look at Deneen, the exact same thing, right? You want to try to make yourself as clean and as clear as possible. So light behind you is bad, light in front of you is good. This is the kind of lighting that I got. See this thing? It's an LED. This costs like 50 bucks on Amazon. It's two of them. Comes in a 2-pack. I got one of them over here. I got one of them over here. They're on independent tripods. They work phenomenal. So get decent lighting. Number three, make sure your background is professional. Make sure that your background is professional. Again, if you're catching this video right now, you're probably thinking, Tony, you're not professional. There's a reason why. I explained it on the recording. Just watch it afterwards. But have a good background. What I did is I put my desk in front of a wall that I know there's not going to be traffic. Sometimes I've had meetings and there's people walking in the background. I literally, no lie, it's kind of funny. I've had meetings where it's like I'm talking to the husband or I'm talking to the wife or whatever, and somebody comes walking in the background without a shirt and they just keep walking. They don't even realize that they're on webcam. So, you know what I mean? Like, I got kids, my son walks around sometimes without a shirt. You know what I mean? Sometimes when I, dress business professional, we're wearing, flip-flops. Like, the last thing I need is in the background a non-professional environment. So what I learned is I put my desk up against a wall. Now the wall, I decorate that wall and I make it as professional as possible. If you guys notice, a lot of times I have a dry erase board behind me. I've got plaques, I've got pictures. Why? Because I want to be able to get into a professional setting right away. They don't need to know that I'm in my house, even though I am. They don't need to know, like, if you're living in an apartment, they don't need to know if you're operating your entire office out of a kitchen. Like, they don't need to know that, right? Tanisha has a very nice professional background, right? She's got the desk. Let me take a look here real quick. Tanisha, I'm going to use you as an example. Right? If you look at her, she's got the formal, the bookshelf, the desk, everything like that. She has a formal business. She has a business chair. She looks professional, right? If you look at Irv and Bergs, he's doing good. He's got his military pictures in the background, right? You could probably put a little bit more on that other empty space right over there. You want to try to make yourself seen in as much of a professional lighting as you possibly can. Okay, simple as that. Okay, try to control the noise around your house, which is a challenge on my end. I prep my team like my family like 5 minutes before. Like, dogs got to go in the cage while I'm in a meeting. Kids, you guys go upstairs, go play, go do what you got to do. Try not to hop around, jump all over the place. I got massive ADD, so if I hear things happening over here, I get distracted. I want a quiet, professional environment as much as I possibly can. Okay. Next tip: have access to the state website, the State Department of Financial Services, quickly to be able to show your license if you need to. Remember, you're fighting credibility. There's a lot of fraud out there nowadays. There's a lot of hustles out there nowadays. You're fighting to prove to the person you're talking to on the web that's never met you that you're a real person, you're an honest person, and you're actually a financial professional. So a couple of things that I do to always build that credibility. Number one, I invite them to join my Facebook, my Instagram, and my LinkedIn. Why? Because my page is not a 1-month-old page, right? You ever gotten hustled you ever seen someone try to hustle you on a Facebook page that was created like a week ago? What's the first thing you do? You scroll down, you want to see how many pictures, how many memories, how long they've had the page. If they've only had the page for a month, chances are it's a hustle. So by them getting access to my personal life on Facebook, my professional life on LinkedIn, my personal life on Instagram, they get to see a history. Like if I'm a scam artist, then why do I got 10 years worth of Facebook history with pictures, consistent pictures, my children, you know what I mean? My girlfriend, my lifestyle, it's consistent. I don't have 23 friends. I've got 4,000, 5,000 friends. You know what I mean? I have a live stream. I want them to see that this is a real person. I want them to see that the places that I'm recording are places in the United States, because unfortunately nowadays there's a lot of hustles across the country. There's a lot of hustles right now, especially like it's notorious in Nigeria. It's crazy notorious in Nigeria. It's like the #1 online scam location of the planet, right? But you gotta give them that. So adding them to your social media, having access to the state website, that's gonna be huge. You should be able to easily go to the state website, show that it's a state website, right? Type in your license number and your information should pop up. Boom. Name, address, license number, all that stuff should pop up. Give that credibility. Have a picture of your actual insurance license ready to go. That's important. You're defeating credibility and professionalism. That's what they're questioning. Are you professional? I'm on a Zoom meeting. You want it to feel like they're as much of you. You want the experience to be as much of, you know, them meeting you face to face as possible. And credibility, you're going to showcase your social media and you're going to showcase your license. That gives you as much as you possibly think and well can. Let me show you one other thing that I'm working on right now. Okay, Kenny, I appreciate you being on. Give me like 5 more minutes. We'll get this bad boy started. Okay. Let me show you one more thing that I'm working on. And I've been working on this for you guys. And I believe this would be a huge thing. Okay. There's these, let me open it up here. Hang on 1 second. Let me see if I can open it up. It's not 100% ready yet. Should probably be ready by this week. But I'll share the screen here momentarily. I'm working on everybody getting a chance to set one of these bad boys up here. Babe, come take a look at this. I didn't tell you about this. You'll like it. Hang on. Open it up. Imagine when you set up a meeting to lead, you set it up virtual. Before that meeting, you can text message that person a link to your bio. A link where when they open it up, it's a website that has your bio, your professional bio, your business bio, some pictures of who you are, your state license. That would be pretty powerful, wouldn't you agree? Right? Let me show you what I'm working on here right now. Here we go, here we go. Where is it? Where is it? Okay. So I'm working on this right now where this is kind of a sample of it, right? But look at this website right here that I got somebody working on right now. You got my name, Jose Antonio Martinez, AKA Tony Martinez, my license number. I help organizations reshape their workplace culture. Like this stuff is all going to get updated, right? This stuff is all going to get updated. But you got a professional headshot picture, right? A background on myself professionally. A picture of my lifestyle socially, right? So you got professional and personally, right? So you got a picture of Sandra and I in New York. I wanted to have a picture of New York to show that I'm in the actual United States of America, right? A little background on myself personally, right? I got 2 kids. I'm Puerto Rican. I like to cook. I like to ride motorcycles. Like I have that. I'm working on this becoming a slideshow. I sent my developer, my website developer, like 15 different pictures of my dogs, my kids, motorcycle, boating, just my lifestyle, right? This right here, look at this. My license, check for my license right here. So this is the credibility side. Hey, you want to check my license? Click it. Look, here's my actual insurance license. There it is right there, right? There's my license, right? If you want to check the website out, hang on, let me. Sorry, I'm moving the menu bar for Zoom. You guys still see the screen, right? Okay. If you want to check my state license, look, check here, bam, it takes them right to the Department of Financial Services for the state of Florida. I can right then and there pop in my license number, right? Look, there's my license number. Search. There's my license. There's me. There's my email address that I use, that I communicate with them. There's my business office address. There's my state license. I mean, we're working on a website that has everything you need. You know what I'm adding over here? Testimonials. I've asked a handful of my clients to send me testimonials on experiences that they've had with me with their own words. And then obviously the services that we offer, health insurance, credit repair, life insurances, look, more services, carriers that we're working with, contact information, social media handles right here. Join, like if you click Facebook, bam, look what it takes you to. She's got to fix that. It takes you to my Instagram, not my Facebook. We got to work on that. But look, here's my Instagram, my personal Instagram page, my kids, my trip to Chicago, promoting the business. What I'm doing in this site is I'm letting them browse through who they're about to meet with before they meet with me. I'm trying to overcome the credibility right away. I'm trying to overcome is this a real person? Does that make sense? So my plan is, if I schedule a meeting from a lead and the meeting is for Thursday, let's just say, on Wednesday, I'm sending them a text message reminder of the meeting along with the link to this website. And what's my website? You ready? TonyMartinezFinance.com. Pretty cool. Now, why am I showing this to you guys? Because again, my job is to provide you guys with resources, how to run a virtual business. If you read the scripts that I have, if you read the scripts that I've created, the first point of attack is to schedule a Zoom meeting. If you read my scripts, it's always about scheduling a Zoom meeting first, a phone call second, before a face-to-face is third. We live in scary times, guys. I mean, we really genuinely do. Never mind COVID. Like, there's just some crazy people out there. We could avoid having to meet people face-to-face in their houses. Might be a pretty good thing, but it also creates speed. It gives you the ability to not have to say, well, I got 45 minutes of drive time here, another 45 over here. If you live in Cali, traffic is crazy. Miami, traffic is crazy. Like, there's some places where it's not easy to get around. Sometimes, imagine doing everything virtual. You're like back to back, back to back, back to back. You know what your struggle is at that point? Getting to the gym, because you're just sitting there all stinking day long. Just one meeting after another after another. But no lie, I can have 7 to 10 meetings sometimes because I don't have to drive anywhere. So my scripts are all scheduling, is helping people schedule Zoom meetings. The website helps to create that credibility. I have a virtual financial needs analysis document. I'm going to share that with you when we actually get into this F&A, and you're going to see everything as I unfold it today. Okay. Kenny, I think you had a question, bud. I think you wrote that. What was your question?
Yeah, I think you kind of answered them. This is not something that is just out there for the general public. They only get access to that particular page with all of that personal information in there after the appointment has been booked. That's not something that you are using in credibility, but let's say marketing, so to speak. Is that correct? Because like you just said, folks are crazy, folks are ignorant, folks are all of that stuff. I'm doing a marketing campaign right now and I'm getting cussed out, I'm getting threatened, I'm getting all of that. So that's not something that I would want to have out there. Picture of my wife and my son and my licensing information, because people get stupid and make up stuff and go to the, so that's my question.
Yeah. So a couple things to answer. Number one, and I'm glad you pointed that piece out, because that might be something that I make some adjustments to as well. Number one, go into the Department of Financial Services and put your address as a PO box.
I see that.
Right? Like, register a PO box. It costs like $60 for the year, and use that as your professional office address. Okay, that way, that's the address that's listed in the license. That would be a smart idea. One that, to be quite frank, I'm gonna actually take my own advice and do that, because you're right, Kenny. But number two, I'm not gonna lie, everything in my social media is public. So pictures of my kids are on social media, pictures of me are on social media, pictures, you know what I mean? What I don't do on social media is I typically never tag where I'm at. And if I'm flying somewhere, I typically will post that I'm going somewhere, but I don't even, I a lot of times I'll tag all that stuff after I've gotten back. That's stuff that I'm pretty cautious about, but pictures and things like that, again, it's up to your comfort level. My plan on using this website, that link, I want to have that link in my social media pages. So like on the bio, you can click it and get a little bio on me. I'm not planning on using that link for initial campaigns on social media, on leads, because you're right, people will cuss you out, people will threaten you. I'm not interested. I'm not, the last thing I need is them having all that info on me, right? But people that say, yes, let's meet, I want to send that to them the day before as a confirmation text. Hey, I'm looking forward to meeting you tomorrow at 3 o'clock. Here's a link if you want to, do some research on who it is that you're going to be meeting with. My name is Tony Martinez. Boom. You know what I mean? And it starts at least that process of building rapport and relationship with them. But that's a good question, Kenny. Anybody have any other questions? No? Okay. All right. All right. So listen, that website, I talked to a bunch of people here locally. Creation of those types of websites typically run $350 and up. Anybody who's created websites can probably attest. I see Kenny nodding his head. It's about $350 and up, regardless of where you go. Here's what's great. My developer lives in another country. Okay. My developer that does our websites, does our business cards, does all that stuff, lives in Venezuela. So we're able to give her a compensation that's very, very comparable for her based on the cost of living over there, but very cost effective for us. Okay. So to get a website like that set up, just so you guys know, it's $250. One-time drop, $250. And all she'll do is she'll request the pictures from you, your bio, your license, and then she'll build you your entire website. Obviously, you have to also purchase your URL. I just bought that URL, Tony Martinez Finance. It cost me $30 for the year. That's it. That's all it cost me. $30 for the year. She'll create the account, she'll make it live, she'll do everything, all that stuff that I don't know how to do. She takes care of and does all of that. So if you're interested in that, okay, shoot me a DM. Don't do it on this Zoom, because obviously this Zoom, once we end, I close it and I don't see the message, but shoot me a DM either on Voxer, or if you have my cell phone, shoot it over to me. Let me know you want to get one of these set up. If you want to wait until the final product is out, no problem. But again, these are resources that I'm providing to you guys, giving you a much streamlined approach to running your business professionally and ethically as well too. Okay. What does Evelyn have a text message on? Let me see here. If we already have a website, would you still recommend? It depends on, I don't know your website. Again, the reason that the website is there is to create credibility, right? Here's who I am professionally. Here's who I am personally. I'm a real person. I'm a real human being. We're going to meet on Zoom. If your website does that, go for it. Go for it. You know what I'm saying? Our TKO website, I'm using it. You guys should be using it like crazy, because again, it creates credibility. There's a legitimate business that's out there. I represent TKO Financial Network. Does it have a website? Yes, here it is. Right? Who's the owner? Tony Martinez. Go to the about. You'll see pictures of him. You'll see the about of him. Who's your agency owner? Oh, my agency owner is Kenny. Guys, have you seen Kenny's picture on our website? I mean, the man's a G. The man is a G. I'm just saying, right? I'm eager to see Rico Ramirez put his picture up there. Right? Have you seen Rubiel? Rubiel. Your picture, bro, you look 20 years old. My dude, have you seen Rubiel's picture on our company website? I'm gonna do it. I gotta show it. Hang on. Hold up. Let me go here and we'll get this bad boy started.
I know we can use old pictures. I would have used some pictures where my hair looked like Rico's. You know what I'm saying?
Hold up. I gotta do it, man. I look at Rubiel, I'm like, yeah, Rubiel, man, that boy looking good. Take a look at this. All right, so if you go into agencies, look at all the VPs that have given me their pictures. Look at that. That's a good looking group of agency owners right there. All right, look at my man over here, Kenny and I got the same barber, right? One love. Look at this, bam. Look at these good looking people, right? Look at my dude right there. Look at Rubiel. Tell me Rubiel don't look like he's 23 right there. I'm telling you right now, that's a 23-year-old Rubio, bro. Look, his beard is G. But that's powerful, guys. If your business cards say, BBA, bringing back America, I think Rubio's shirt today is a BBA shirt, if I'm not mistaken. I think I saw the logo. That's powerful. That's powerful for you guys to be able to do. Carriers, bam, look, carriers. There it is. Right? This picture of the carriers is also going to be on that personalized website. So if you want that, you can have it, right? I got a developer that's going to create those for you. And then all we got to do is create a website for you, right? TanishaCoffee.com, RicoRamirez.com. Like I tried Tony Martinez, it was already taken. So I had to use Tony Martinez Finance. You might have to do something like that as well too, but I got somebody that'll do it for you, okay? I have a recommendation for a great do-it-yourself website platform where you can get your domain and email from your email once. True. Guys, you don't have to use any of my direct things that I'm bringing to you guys. If you have the skill sets or you have the connections and people, you know somebody that can do it for you, much more cost effective, jump on it, do it. I just wanted to create all these connections and these relationships to get you guys things at a lower cost. Because I'll tell you the conversation I have with these types of people. I tell them, look, I got 300 and some odd people. You give me a good price and you can get, you'll probably get not one, not two, not three, you probably get 10 to 15. That's why, I researched first. It's $350 minimum for someone to develop something like this for you. Or you go to a do-it-yourself type of thing. I don't got the time for do-it-yourself. I make more money focusing on insurance and leveraging other people to do things like this, right? But, again, to each his own. I got it for $250 for you. If you think that's good, I can get you in contact. If you want to do it and you want to mimic mine, but you want to do it yourself, go for it. It's up to you. At the end of the day, you're going to value the things that are presented or you're not, and that's okay. I'm totally cool with that. Good stuff? Yes, yes, yes. Okay, let's get into it. All right, so what we're going to do here now is I'm going to ask everybody but Kenny to stay on camera. Everybody else, I want you to click, hop off, because Kenny Lamberson and his lovely wife, whom I've never had the pleasure of meeting, are going to actually be the couple that are going to be doing the financial needs analysis with us today. And I'm going to give you a couple things about this analysis. Number one, this is not scripted in any way. You can vouch, you can ask Kenny, you can ask Kenny's wife. We didn't, hi, how are you? We never talked about what we're going to say, what we're going to do. I have no idea what their financial situation is. I have no idea what their dime analysis is, insurance, nothing. I asked them very black and white. I want to run an exercise where I do an actual F&A in a classroom-like environment with 14, 15 people watching us, okay? I said to them, the only thing I ask is this: you be very, very honest with where you guys currently are. Very, very honest, okay? There's no expectation of an actual purchase product, none of that stuff. But we're going to go through the F&A, we're going to go through the case design, and then we're going to go through the close as though I was talking to an actual client. Here's the only hurdle that I think Kenny's going to have to fight a little bit. You need to act like you know nothing about insurances. You know nothing about finances. You're the average middle American client that we work with. So this is not one of those, oh, I really like that IUL. No, I want you to really try hard to look at this as though you don't have the financial experience that you have. Correct? Fair enough? Good stuff? Good? All right, cool. Awesome. So I'm going to get right into it. Guys, take as many notes as you can. I'm not going to open this up for Q&A. I'm going to do this as though it's a regular meeting. The good thing is that we're recording this, so you'll be able to kind of go back. And if there's time at the very end, you can ask questions. Tony, why did you ask it this way? Tony, why did you do it this way? So on and so forth. Take the assumption that I am in my professional environment, right? Take the assumption that I did send him that website. Take the assumption that this is an under 50 type of a lead. Good? Or a referral. Good stuff? Cool? All right, awesome. Kenny, what is your lovely wife's name, por favor?
My name is Brianna.
Hi, Brianna. Thank you for doing this. I really appreciate it. We never had a chance to meet, so I'm glad that you're willing to help us with this.
Sure.
Good stuff. Cool. All right, let's get right into it. So we just hopped onto the Zoom and we're going right into it. Okay. Guys, thank you so much for being on. I really appreciate the time that you guys have given me. I've got us down right now. It's 2:30 Eastern time. You're in California, so it is 11:30 your time, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
I've blocked this off for about 45 minutes to an hour. Is that going to work, or do we have a hard stop at any time.
That's fine. We're good.
That works? Okay, perfect, cool. So listen, I'm gonna get right to it. We're here today to talk about some of the services that I offer and really figuring out if there's any value that I can bring to the table. And if I can, great, we'll talk about it. And if I cannot, at least you guys get a chance to see some of the services that I offer. And maybe in the future, if there's a need, you'll reach out, or if there's someone you come across that needs what we have to offer, you'll reach out. I'd like to obviously first start by giving you a 50-foot bird's eye view of what it is that I do. And then based on that introduction, you kind of tell me which topic you'd like to talk about. That way we can make the 45 minutes that we have together valuable and meaningful to you guys. Is that okay?
Okay.
Yep, sounds good.
Awesome. So I specialize in 3 areas. Okay. The first area is protecting my clients' biggest assets. Most of the people I work with would agree that their biggest asset is their ability to earn a living. It's their paycheck, right? I'll take from the nods that you guys agree with that. And so what I do from the beginning is I make sure that against any exposures whatsoever, that income is protected for you and your family. Exposures like passing away unexpectedly, we need life insurance. Becoming disabled and not being able to work, we need disability insurance. You know, needing a nurse to take care of you and replacing your income while you're not working, we need long-term care insurance, or your traditional health insurances. A lot of people I work with will tell me they already have some of these in place. If that's your case, I want you to know that I'm excited to continue the conversation, because now I know I'm working with believers of insurance. Let's compare what it is you currently have to what's out in the market to make sure you're getting the biggest bang for your buck. That's the first thing I do. The second thing that I do, much sexier conversation, that's about retirement planning. This is where we have a discussion about what does the goals look like? What do you want retirement to look like? And what are you currently doing to get there? What I do in that scenario is I want to reverse engineer it, make sure that you're doing the most you can and the most effective things that you possibly can to get to that goal. A couple things that I want to bear in mind along that conversation is, how do I make sure that the money you're saving grows tax-free so Uncle Sam can't dip into your cookie jar? And how do I make sure that the money you're growing will never, ever, ever, you yourself will never outlive it? Because the worst thing that could happen in any retirement is you run out of money, you got to go back to work. All right, that's the second thing I focus on. The third thing that I focus on is teaching people about credit reparation and e-commerce. Sometimes people have a couple dings on their credit that need to get repaired. Sometimes people want to get into some short-term investments and they're questioning how e-commerce works. And at that point in time, we'll just have a conversation to see if you guys are a fit. So let me ask you, based on those 3, which one would you like to talk about today?
Is it possible to do a combination?
Of course. Which one would you say is the most important that we can talk about today?
Making sure that I have enough of a retirement so that I don't have to go back to work.
Gotcha. Okay. So let's talk about that for a moment, right? What do you currently do for a living? You said you don't got to go back to work. What is that?
I am a teacher, a high school teacher.
Okay. And how long have you been a teacher?
Technically 5 years, but I don't know how old is he, but education for 12 years.
Nice. Okay. Now, what grade do you teach?
9th grade.
Gotcha. Okay. So let me ask you a question. Have you guys talked about what the time horizon is for when you want to make sure you can stop working and start, living your retirement life?
I don't think we put a timestamp on it. We have an idea of like the funds and the bank and different things like that.
Okay.
We having an idea of our budgets and things like that, and how much we actually need to live off of has kind of
Okay.
Allow us to at least put the numbers out there, but not so much a time frame. In my mind, I'm thinking, I can get to the numbers faster than the time frame.
Right. I would, let's say if I retired at, 65, and let's say I'm healthy and I live until I'm 90, I would like to not run out of money by 70.
Yeah, no, for sure. How old are you now, ma'am?
Oh, Lord.
I promise you I'll only ask once.
I am 100. I am
No.
35.
35, okay. Can I ask your date of birth?
Yes, it's the first day of fall, September 22nd, 1985.
Nice. September 22nd, 1985, okay. Now, what have you guys currently done for savings in order to get to that goal?
That's a you question.
Yeah, that is a big question, huh? We just have some savings. We had some insurance, and we kind of downgraded the insurance when things got tight. So really nothing. She has a pension that's automatically done for her through the school district.
Gotcha.
That probably around now has like maybe 40, 50 grand in it. It had 22. Your
I'm
second year,
terrible.
it
I
had
haven't looked. I don't
yeah,
know.
her second year it had like 22, and she's been with the school district for going on 5 now. So there's probably at least double that by now.
Yeah, so that's a state program. That's very common in the school system. So you have a pension plan where the employer, school, puts a certain percentage of your income in there of their own dollars, and they're pre-tax. So you haven't paid taxes on that money. Do you know what that percentage is?
No,
No? Okay.
not off.
Usually it's anywhere from 2.5% to 5%. Okay. What's your annual pay? What's your annual salary?
Oh, me?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, it's embarrassing. I get paid $1 a year.
No, stop it. You're getting the Lamberson comedy shows, what you're
I like
getting.
it. Listen, I like it. I like it. You guys are a match made in heaven. I'm telling you.
We are not, we don't get, I do not, it is a labor of love.
Stop it. It's what is it, 45?
44, yeah, like around 45.
It's like 45.
Okay, 45 salary, gotcha. You get a deferred pension plan, okay? It's about 40, 50K is what you're projecting in there. You're 35, want to retire by 65 is the age that you talked about. So we've got 30 years to start putting some plans in place so that we can hit that button at that time point, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, when we talked about this initially, and give me the spelling, the actual spelling of your name, ma'am.
Briana.
Gotcha. Brianna. Gotcha.
First
Okay.
name, and then same last name as him.
That guy right there?
Yeah.
Okay. Kenny, when we started this conversation, it was about Brianna's retirement. What do you see for yourself? Are you like me where you're just like, man, I don't see myself stopping? Or is there an age for you?
Definitely. No, you know what? It's not so much yeah, I agree. I don't see myself stopping. And I'm definitely, it's not an age, it's more of a number thing. You know, my financial independence number is like 15 million, 15.
Okay.
And so the sooner I get to that, the sooner I can coast. I don't want to say like stop, but coast and kind of do my thing.
Okay. So let me ask it to you in a different way. 2 questions. One, at what age do you want to make sure if you're not able to work for medical reasons, you've got enough money put away or you don't have to go back to work?
I'm going to say, let me see, he's 7, so 10 years. That would be 30. I'm going to say by like 50. By 50, my son is out of my house.
Mhm.
And no, probably not. But let's say in school. My son is in school. And then we can live our life, so to speak. So
Is that the ideal or is that worst case scenario?
That's ideal. Worst case scenario, 55. I don't want to be working
Sorry, I can hear you.
Okay.
because I have to. You know what I mean? I want to be working.
So worst case scenario, by 55, you want to make sure you've got enough put away where if medically you can't go back to work, you don't have to.
Absolutely.
And how old are you?
37.
37. Give me your date of birth.
4/23/84.
Okay. So we know what Brianna's doing, right? She's got a pension plan put away. What is it that you're currently doing?
So I have savings, and I had a policy that I was stacking like 500 in, but we gave that up because it got tight or whatever. And so, you know, in terms of life insurance, I think we have I have 2 million in term, and my wife has 1 million, and my son has a like $50,000 policy or whatever. So nothing for myself for retirement, just my savings, and that's it. And then I think last year I brought in 75,000.
You
So
made
combined,
75 is your salary?
yeah, I'm 1099, not salaries.
Gotcha. So you run a business. Okay. So 75K, 45K, you've got liquid savings. That's what it sounds like, right? You keep saying the word savings, that liquid savings. Okay.
Mhm.
So if an emergency happened today, you had to get access to as much money as you can. How much would you be able to get to?
We'd be able to swipe out roughly about maybe like 10,000.
Okay. Okay. Gotcha. Sounds like you had some type of permanent insurances at one point, but obviously life took a turn and those had to go away, correct?
Correct.
Okay, gotcha. Awesome. So now that's the first question, right? At what age? Here's my second question. I want you to forget about that $15 million number. I want you to give me a monthly income, a monthly income number. If you were 55 years of age, again, worst case scenario, that's the age you gave me, and you had to retire, you're completely debt-free, what would be the minimum number monthly that you would want to see come into the house? Not the ideal, I need the minimum. We got to build the foundation first before we build the fortress. What's the minimum number that needs to come into your house on a monthly basis to support you and your wife?
Absolute bare minimum, where, you know, it's like ramen noodles up in here.
Not ramen noodles, but Campbell's, you know what I mean? The occasional Red Lobster, you know what I mean?
Is 8. It's like 7,500 is kind of like where we are right now, is the bare minimum to kind of keep things afloat. And anything under that is tight.
Now that's with debts. What if you were debt free?
Oh, debt free. Oh, okay, yeah. Then we're looking at closer to 5.
Okay. 5,000 a month is the number. So a baseline foundation, right? You can't build a fortress without a strong foundation. The foundation, worst case scenario is by 55, you got to have enough money put away where if you're not able to work, you could generate 5,000 bucks a month from then until the rest of your life, assuming you're debt free. Is that correct? Yeah. Okay, perfect. So I want to do an exercise. Well, let me ask you this question. Outside of the pension, outside of the savings, are there any other assets, real estate assets, business assets, something tangible that you could sell and gain a profit? Are you expecting any inheritances from families, anything like that?
Probably not.
Not that I'm aware of. I mean,
No inheritances, I don't think.
Okay.
yeah, and the car is not, I mean, we have a paid off car.
Okay.
That's no
Okay.
real estate yet. So no.
Okay, gotcha. All right, so if you don't mind, I'm going to share my screen here with you and we're going to do a budget analysis here real quick. Let me get it ready here. There it is. Your biggest asset obviously is your ability to generate income. And so what I'd like to figure out is, you know, what is the discretionary dollars available so that I could put together a savings strategy for you that meets those goals. But obviously we have to be as realistic as possible. So, hang on 1 second. Okay, there we go. Okay, cool. There we go, here we go. Okay, gotcha. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So what I want you guys to do is to shotgun some numbers my way. They don't have to be exact. We just want to get approximates, right? We know what the income is, 45 from one, 75 from another, right? Now let's figure out what the output is and expenses. So are you renting or are you owning?
Rent, and it's let's say 1650.
Okay. 1650. Okay. Internet and cable.
150.
Okay. Electric.
150.
Okay. Water.
We don't.
No water. Okay. Cell
You know
phone.
But,
no, it is actually part of that 1650 is water. So
Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Cell phone.
Just went up to, let's say 300.
Okay. No insurance or taxes. Okay. How many automobiles you guys have?
Two
Two. Okay. Are you making payments on them?
on one, yes.
How much is that payment?
680.
Okay. Auto insurance.
150.
Okay. Anything on tolls on a regular
No.
basis? No. Okay. Gas. What do you think you guys spend monthly on gas?
I just got that statement in the other day, and it was 60. One for last week was 160. So let's say about 500.
Okay. All right. So we got 11, 12, 1280, 1330, 1330 there. We got 17, 18, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 2250 there. All right, now let's talk about groceries. How much think you guys spend in groceries on a monthly basis?
ooh, 1,000. I'm kidding.
It's a lot. Let's say about
We eating good, that's all good.
yeah, it's a problem. Don't I look like it?
Don't I look like it?
The grocery budget and the gym budget don't match. Let's just say that much. Let's say a month. We probably do about 250 a week. So let's say 1,000.
Okay. What about personal care? Nails, makeup, pedicures, manicures, massages.
200.
Okay. Childcare, none. You guys don't have childcare expenses, right?
Well, are we talking to his private school tuition?
Of course, it's a bill. Go for it.
That is
700.
it's like 6.
6. Okay. All right. Gym membership.
What had happened was
Child
we
support
got a
obligation.
bike over in the corner. The little.
It's
Got you. I
It's
got
dusty.
you.
You telling my business?
Child support obligations.
No.
Okay. So we've got a total there of 1,800. Okay. What about insurances? You pay for your own health insurance, or does it come out of your paycheck before you receive your paycheck?
Yeah, it comes out of my paycheck. It's
Okay.
about 200.
Life insurance premiums.
That's like 250, 260. I'm sorry, it's exactly 267.
Okay. Is that insurance for both of you, or?
That's all of us. That's me, my wife, and my son. It's I have 2 terms. She has a term, and then my son has a universal life with Foresters.
Gotcha. How old is the youngest policy there?
How old is the youngest policy?
Yeah. The last one you got, how old is it?
It is, I think it's this year. It's $1 million policy with North American.
Okay. And who's got that?
Me,
Okay. You got a million in North American. Okay, cool.
another,
Break that down.
another mil with Anaco for me,
Okay.
and $1 million for her with Anaco as well. And I
Gotcha.
think my son's IUL is 50 grand.
Now you said IUL is with Foresters,
Sorry,
right?
UL. It's a UL with Foresters, right?
Okay, so that's 50 grand. UL with Foresters. Okay. How long have you had that UL policy?
Ooh, shoot. When all else went downhill, I made sure that his was paid. So I think it's like 3 years.
Okay. How much you paying into that policy monthly?
We're doing the minimum. I think it's like $30.
Okay, gotcha. All right. So in insurances, you guys are spending 267. Let's talk about credit cards, personal loans, auto loans. What do you have in monthly payments to that?
So credit cards, we have two, it's $600.
Okay.
They're small. We typically use them and pay them off.
What's the balance if you had to, oh, so you use zero amount.
Yeah.
Actually, so you're using it as a revolving account. Okay. So would you say that that $600 realistically is already accounted for in your gas and your food and all this other stuff over here?
Or is it for other
Um,
stuff though? No?
I mean, yeah, we use it for a little bit of everything. So technically, yes, technically.
Okay. So I'm gonna,
Yeah.
because if you're using it as a revolving account, realistically, that's a zero. It's not like you're paying back a debt. You're
Right.
using
No,
that
we
to
don't,
cover all of these expenses over here.
yeah, no, we don't have any credit cards. We don't have any else besides the car. We don't have any outstanding loans.
Good.
Um,
No student loans.
Oh,
personal
wait, I'm
loans?
sorry. Wait a minute. Student loans, because somebody decided that they wanted to go to USC and get a master's degree and stuff. So what had happened was,
Go ahead, give me that number.
yeah, that is hers. Yours are what, 300?
Are they? What?
No, it's like 267. It's up there. And then mines are 150. I checked the mines the other day.
They're,
It's about
They're-
I'm giving you round numbers, by the way.
Yeah, of course, I got you. So we got 400 there. Okay, so your total debts outside of the car is about $400 a month. Okay, what do you guys think you spend on a month for dining, recreation, church ties?
Give me 1 second. Let me take that back. The student loan payments, you're deferred.
yeah, they're deferred right now because of the pandemic.
Yeah, so
But prior to that, it was about 500.
yeah, prior to that.
And then yours are 150, Kenny?
Yeah, that's the I thought you were talking about the balance. That's what we owe.
Ah,
We're on deferment right now because we don't pay anything.
so when the deferment ends, it'll be about $650 a month.
Yeah,
Have you looked into a consolidation program or a modification program?
Me too. I had to get out of I had to get
you're-
out of the thing.
yeah, but you're
first.
technically in one because that's what they did after you paid that. After you pay whatever you paid, then they put you on that $5 joint, and then you went on to deferment because you caught up. So, yeah, I think they're all consolidated already.
Okay. So what do you guys think you spend on dining out?
Oh,
That's all him,
Jesus.
honestly.
It's not all me. You want to eat sushi every
No,
night?
that's
No, just
you.
playing.
Nope.
Listen,
all
my
right,
daughter, every Wednesday when I pick her up from school, she's like, Dad, sushi?
right.
It's on special today. What am I gonna say no to that? I got you. It's all good.
That's our son too. Like, he's like, can we have some sushi? So
Right.
I'm gonna say it's probably gonna be at least 1,500.
Okay.
And that's being nice.
Recreation outside of food? Fun? Anything?
What, like,
She just shops online all the time.
I mean, I break it down in very small payments
You just slide it in there little by little.
and I don't have a problem. You know,
It's okay.
I spend a lot of money on my classroom for students and things like that.
So what would you say that is? Would you say 300?
A month? No, maybe more actually. Yeah.
About
yeah, I guess
300.
so.
Okay. What about church ties? Anything else outside of that?
When we do, it's about 10% of our income. So
Are you doing that regularly or is that some months yes, some months no?
yeah, you can say 500.
500, okay.
What we'll do.
All right. Anything else you think I'm missing? Xbox memberships, anything at all?
Oh, like Netflix and all that stuff.
Yeah,
that's probably
like if you added up some other
we
miscellaneous
have, like,
things.
Oh yeah.
7 different streaming accounts. We don't have cable, so we stream
I do the same. I got HBO, Stars, and Netflix, and Hulu.
Paramount.
We got Hulu, we
Paramount
got Disney
Plus.
Plus, we got
I got Disney Plus for free. I got my cell phone paid for
Oh,
it.
that's
All right, so what do you think about another $100 in just streaming?
150,
we'll say
because
150.
Sometimes we pay for the premium movies.
because she be buying movies and stuff.
I got you. All right.
I'm going to the theater right now.
You think I'm missing anything, or is that kind of the gist of your expenses?
Well, I have some business expenses that, do we include that there or no?
Well, is your 75 that you gave me the gross number?
Yeah, that's the gross number.
All right, so give me your business expenses.
Um,
Sum it up for me.
Shoobity doo wahoo. Let's say easy 600.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, good. All right, so, ma'am, your 45,000 is a salary. How much is that after they tax it? What's the take home?
It's 3,600
3,600.
month.
Okay.
a month.
And your 75 is gross because you're 1099, so it all comes in.
Yeah.
Okay. So
So on average, we bring in roughly about the low end is
9,800.
what's that?
About 9,800 a month.
Yeah, that's the average on the low end. Sometimes, entrepreneur. So sometimes it is it dips down to like 6, and that's when it's like, she tells me I can't sleep. We live in Vegas. So she's like, go out there and do what you need to do.
I got
That
you.
money. I'm just playing.
I got it. But let me tell you what I did, how I came up with that number. 75,000, since your business expenses are in here, divided by 12 is 75,000 divided by 12 is 6,250. And then plus your 3,600, right? 3,600 is what you bring from the school system, right?
Yeah.
So that's about 9,800, 9,850 in monthly net income, right? Now your expenses, 2,250 plus 1,130 plus 1,800 plus 267 plus 1,250 plus 2,450 is 9,147, which means your discretionary, you've got about $700 left over every month. Hang on, sorry, that's not the right.
Where that money at? No, just playing.
9147. 703 is your discretionary, right? Why is this important to do? I'll tell you why this is important. If we've got a goal of getting to $5,000 a month, by the time you hit 55 years of age for the rest of your life, we've got to figure out how much money we need to acquire from now till then. And where's that money going to come from? It's going to come from this discretionary here, right? Or it's going to come from a reevaluation of the budget. But the question is, how important is that to you, right? So here's why I say it. 5,000 a month. Let's just say 5,000 a month is 6% of any investment. That's $60,000 a year. Divided by 6,100. Yeah, 60,000 a year is the actual 6%. Divided by 6, multiply that by 100. Means we got to get you to $1 million net worth by the time you get 55. So let me explain what I just did. If I can grow your money to $1 million by the time you hit 55, I'm sorry, and I can get you 6% of that money every single year for the rest of your life, no matter how long you live, that's $60,000 a year, which is the $5,000 a month bare minimum. You see how all that kind of plugs in?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
So the goal here now is, how do we get you to $1 million, right? You are currently 37 years of age. So 55 minus 37 means I've got 18 years to help you turn your assets to $1 million.
Sounds like a Kanye West song. 18 years. No, just playing.
But it's the truth, right? So if there's a rule called the rule of 72, which means that I can double your money every 10 years if I can earn you right around 7%. That's the truth. So we got to go from 250 to 500, 500 to $1 million. 250 to 500, 500 to $1 million. We got to grow $250,000 in the next 10 years. If we can grow to $250,000 in the next, not 10 years, I'm sorry. If we can grow $250,000 in the next 5 years, I could turn that into $1 million, assuming I can make you 7%. Now you might go, well, what are you talking about? This is the area where I'm really good at, right? The rule of 72 says I can double your money every 10 years if you're earning 7%. So I want by the 10th year from now, I want you at $500,000. Because then we got another 8 more years to turn that $500,000 into $1 million. Does that make sense?
Mhm.
Cool. So here's my question. Your current lifestyle, versus retirement at 55? Which one's more important?
Retirement. Yeah.
Here's why I say this, and I'm just going to be brutally honest. We've got $700 left over every month discretionary. I would never tell you to start putting away $700 a month if that's all you had left over. But half of it, I could say, I could challenge you to do. But the reality is half of it won't get you to that goal.
Right.
So we have to do a reevaluation of your budget. Where can we find extra money? I'll tell you where. $1,500 of dining out.
Don't be looking at me.
That's why I ask you, what's more important, your current lifestyle or retirement at 55? That's a decision you guys have to make, right? My job, and I'm probably one of the only people that'll do that in your life if you add me to your advisory board, is to make you somewhat uncomfortable today so you have a chance to be comfortable later. See, your accountant wants to make you feel comfortable today. Here's your deductions. He doesn't care what you got to pay later on in taxes, if there is anything to pay later on once he retires. But from a retirement standpoint, I got to somewhat challenge you today to get you to a comfortable retirement later. So how willing are you to adjust that $1,500? And then if the end result is a clear path to retirement at 55?
Oh, yeah, I mean, yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
Kenny?
I like my food, man. You try to take my food away from me, dog.
No,
It's fine. I mean, we can, I think even cutting it in half would be fine.
Okay.
That means Starbucks.
nobody goes there anymore.
All right. So let's do this. Let's assume we cut it in half. We went from 1,500 now to 750. 750 and add another 300 of your existing discretionary. If I can show you a clear path where you look at it, it looks logical. From now till 55, we grow your dollars to that $1 million number, but it takes $1,000 a month to do. What's your level of seriousness from a scale of 1 to 10? 1 not, 10 very.
10.
What she said.
10 from her, 10, okay. I'm the kind of advisor that I'll review with you on an annual basis, but I'm not going to handhold, right? 1 + 1 is 2, and I can't make it turned into 3. So what I want to do is I want to put together a scenario where we can help you get to $5,000 a month by the time you turn 55. Now, the alternatives, I'll tell you right now, the alternative is maybe instead of 55, maybe we don't do it at 55, but maybe we do it by 60. Because if you can buy more time, right, then you have the opportunity to say, to kind of catch up. I'm going to try my hardest to get you to do it by 55. But if I can't successfully get it by 55, are you going to be mad at me if it takes me till 60?
No.
No?
No. My question is, since it is a numbers game, if the numbers are accelerated, then the time frame shortens, or it just means that by the time we're at the whatever the goal is, there's just more, so to speak.
Of course, more is always better. Remember, 5,000 a month is your bare minimum. We're just trying to get your foundation. Anything above that builds the walls, builds the second floor, builds the fortress. We just got to first build the foundation. Because if we don't create a foundation, there's no way you're going to build the fortress. There's just no way. That $15 million number you're talking about is unrealistic if we can't get to the million first. Does that make sense?
Yep.
So what I'm showing you is there's certain things that you can control, there's certain things you can't. You can control how much money you choose to put in. You can't control how much interest you earn, over the next 18, 19 years, because we don't know what the market's going to do. We don't know what we're going to invest into. We can control how much longer you work, right? We can control that piece, but we don't have to make that decision until we get closer to that 50, 55 number. What we have to be able to do is what can we control today? And what you can control is how much money you put in towards that goal. So my challenge to you, being very realistic, is can you put away $1,000 a month if the end result is retirement at 55 or worst case 60?
Well, we would have to.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going today's all about intake. I just want to learn about you and learn about you because I can't tell you I have a solution until I know what the problem is. I know what the goal is. I know where you are. I know what the goal is. I'm going to try to see what I can do with $1,000 a month into different investment strategies. I'll tell you the strategy that I'm thinking about. The strategy I'm thinking about is a strategy called index funds. Have you guys ever heard of index funds?
No.
Right? Now, index funds is where the wealth of America love to place their dollars. We all know a gentleman named Warren Buffett. If you look up Warren Buffett index funds, you'll find all kinds of articles about it. Index funds is where you're investing in the market, but only on the good side, none of the bad side. Right? Like, for example, you guys are in LA. You guys know what it is to be a fair weather fan, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
You put on the jersey when the game is good. You take the jersey off when the game is bad.
Oh.
Imagine you could do that with your investments, right? You participate with the investments when the market is doing good, but when the market is doing bad, you want nothing to do with those investments. That means you're only ever winning. You never participate in the negative. If we could do that with money, we'd do a lot of it, wouldn't we?
Yeah.
Index funds work that way. I've got vehicles that'll literally show you how to grow your money based on how the stock market is performing, but only on the upside. Knowing that if there's a downside, you're not going to lose anything to a negative market. You're just not going to participate on that year. You make a 0% return if it's a negative market, but you'll make 100%, 115% of whatever the market does on a positive return. What am I doing there? I'm removing risk. The one thing we can't afford to lose is time. And we lose a lot of time if you start growing your money and then lose the money. But if I can show you how to grow your money in a consistent manner, knowing that if there's ever bad years, the worst thing that happens is you just don't make anything, right? But other people that invested lost a bunch, you'd probably be pretty happy with us, with that type of strategy.
Yeah.
Make sense?
Mhm.
Okay. So that's going to be my goal for this retirement goal. I know you mentioned that you have life insurance in place. Here's what I'd like to see, just to evaluate it. I'd like to make sure you're getting the biggest bang for your buck with it. So I'm just going to ask some quick questions on that. You've got a term policy of $1 million. Brianna, you got $1 million with Anico. What's your monthly payment on that?
20. You just took it out. I think it's 23.
You sound kind of far, brother.
Oh, can you hear me?
I don't know if it's just me. It sounds far. It sounds lower.
Is this on?
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yeah.
There you go.
I think our payment's 28
28
90.
per month. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, Kenny, how much you paying for your North American million?
94.
Okay. And how much you paying for your Anico million?
I think that one was cheaper. 40. I've had that one longer. I want to say, don't quote me. Let's say $50. I don't know the exact.
And then you're spending 30 a month on your son's Forester's policy, which is 50,000, right?
Yep.
Okay. Give me your son's date of birth real quick.
10/20/13.
10/20/2013.
Yep.
What's his name?
Kedran, Kedran.
RAN. Okay. And both you guys healthy, non-tobacco users? Is that about right?
Correct.
All right. Kenny, my hope, just so you guys know, is that I find the solution for you. And whether you decide to take action and work with me or you decide not to take action, at least you have a little bit more clarity on what you need to do to get to those goals. Because the way that I see it in life, a goal without a plan is just a wish. And so I want to try to put some realism behind those goals. Cool?
I say that to students.
Say that again, I'm sorry.
I say that to students.
I like it. I like it. All right, so here's what I need. I need about 24 to 48 hours to do my research. I'm a broker. I represent more than just one company. I want to actually put some of these companies to the test and see which one can give me the best type of a return for you guys. So I don't want to tell you I have the answer in my hands. I want to tell you I want to research and find you an answer, or at least research and be very honest with you and tell you that we need more from you in order to get to those types of goals. Okay. When in the next 24 to 48 hours can we collectively get back together, not having any types of distractions, and I can actually present some type of solutions?
Let us know.
Cool. All right, pause. Appreciate you guys for doing that, by the way. Okay.
Sure.
Did his volume get down towards the end? Or was it just me? Are you guys able to hear them clearly?
Yes, his volume went down.
Okay. Yeah, there's something up with your volume. It went really low. It's almost like you either put the microphone farther away or you covered it with something. You sound a heck of a lot.
Well, it was weird because my my earphones picked up, but they're in the pod, like whatever. And so I turned the Bluetooth off. And then when I turned it back on, you said you were able to hear me again. But I don't know what's going on with this laptop.
I'm not sure. Not sure. All right, real quick, guys. 5 minutes. What did you learn? What was your takeaways, and what do you think are the opportunities? And you guys are free to chime in as well too, Kenny, because you happen to be an agent. So hopefully this is beneficial for you too.
I like how you so sometimes what I get is oh, well, I already have a CFP, I already have a such such. And one of the things that I like to say is, well, that's great, but we have two different jobs. You know, your CFP, his goal is to at all costs grow your money. You know, my job is to protect your money, help it grow, but also to protect it from loss, and, you know, make sure that when you need it the most, it's there, type thing. I like how you kind of brought that in, and you said, you know, my job is to, or actually you put the ball in our court. You said you want to continue your lifestyle that you have now, or do you want to be a little uncomfortable, but have the lifestyle that you need in the future?
Correct.
That was a pretty powerful question that I don't ask enough with clients. So I definitely picked that up. Now, obviously, that's not something that I don't think that you ask of, you know, like everybody. Obviously, we're a younger couple, so, you know, we have some time. You wouldn't ask an older person that.
I'll be honest with you. I would.
Okay.
90% of the people 95% of the people that I meet with, regardless of their age, they don't have enough put away for retirement.
Got it.
Yeah.
So I've got to be able to challenge them with that question. I preach to you guys constantly about doing a budget on your clients, because a budget gives you clarity on the person's spending habits, but it also gives you clarity on where you can find more money. Okay, so it's hard for me to say, do you want to keep your lifestyle now or get to retirement if they haven't exposed their own budget? That there's a psychological thing that happens when people expose their own numbers. If you guys saw, right, and this is to the class, if you guys saw the dynamic between, you know, husband and wife looking at the budgets, you know, there's always that area there where you're like, man, I know I could do better here. Man, I could do better here. I always typically find money with dining out, 100%. And I'm gonna tell you right now, it's the same leak in many households. It's even a leak in my own household. I have that conversation with Sandra all the time. I go, do you happen to know how much we spend eating out? If we can manage to control that, we could find an extra, you know, 1,000 or 2,000, whatever X amount of money we could find extra that could be rediverted towards other things. So I always do a budget because I want to see it. I want to see where money's going, right? I want to, you know, now here's the other piece of the puzzle. It's kind of a dance. I just challenged you guys to do $1,000, right? I have to decide as an agent, am I really willing to let that person do $1,000 a month and risk chargebacks? So I have to really measure the seriousness behind that person. If I feel that there's conflict among the couple, I'm going to dial that back and I'm not going to go after 1,000. Like here's what happens some of the times, right? The wife will fight it, right? Or the husband will fight it. Oh, I don't know. That's a big number. That's this or that's that. What about, you know, we like to go out. We like to eat. We like to live our life now. Why don't we live for the moment? When you start to hear that kind of stuff, all it takes is one Friday night where one of the couples wants to go out and all of a sudden that budget's out the window. So I have to read husband and wife. How important is it to you guys to get to that goal? Because you have to commit to that monthly number, not me. And when I'm not here, are you willing to commit it? When peer pressure is knocking on your door for a Friday night outing or a Saturday night outing, are you going to throw your budget out the window to live for the moment? I have to read that in order to figure out, do I really want to put them in $1,000 a month commitment?
Coach, do you
Kenny, bro, I want to hear you, my dude. I'm so sorry. You sound so far.
That's fine. One of the things that our question that I have, one of the things that I do is, if I do get $1,000 commitment, do you come back with multiple options? Because what I'll do is, if there's somebody tells me, oh, I can do $1,000, I come back and I show them 250, 500, 1,000. Which one are you comfortable with?
So yes, I do that, but whatever number I'm going after is my middle number. So instead of doing 250, 500, 1,000, I'm going to do 500, 1,000, and 1,500.
Oh, got it.
I'm going to put the number in the middle. Always. I always put the number in the middle because 9 times out of 10, people will pick their middle number.
Got it.
They'll always go down the middle number. They won't overextend themselves. They won't. It's just the way human nature will always respond. So that's how I'm in a case design right now, actually.
Got it. So you go over and not.
I make your number the middle number, right? You told me 1,000. I'm going to show you 500. I'm going to show you 1,000. I'm going to show you 1,500. And here's the other crazy part. If it's an IUL that I'm running, chances are the target is the same across the board.
Right.
So it doesn't matter if they pick 500, 1,500. It doesn't. The target's still the same. Make sense?
Right. Right. Okay.
Okay. Anybody have any questions about what I just did there? And if you don't have questions, I want to know what you learned. So tell me what you learned, what your takeaway is.
Hey, Coach.
Yep.
Just the questions that you were asking, just the way you address things, you know, and trying to differentiate between if they were benefit based or if they were premium based. You know, a lot of times in a lot of given instances, we just go in and we look at a number, but sometimes people are more focused on the benefits that the policy is offering versus how much it costs.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, sitting and asking those questions and differentiating, hey, where do you want to go? What are you looking? What are you asking? What do you want out of this policy? That's going to help to determine, you know, is this person more benefit based or are they more worried about the money? And then at the same time, you want to give them the optimal, you know, benefit for their dollar. So you get them at the right place. But at the same time, sometimes, you know, they want the features.
Yeah. So here's how I would answer that. If, you know, in the beginning, how I gave my elevator pitch, these are the 3 things that I specialize in. If they would have started from the beginning saying, hey, I want to have an insurance conversation, that's when I have to figure out, are they more benefit focused or cash value focused? He didn't start that, or she didn't. We asked and she answered. She wanted to talk about retirement. Retirement is automatically cash based. Automatically, it's going to be accumulation based because they want to grow their money. So I know that's what the focus is. Now, I always eat, if I start with retirement, I end with insurance. If I start with insurance, I end with retirement. We're talking about both. I don't care. We're talking about both. I just need to know which one is important to you. And that's the one we're going to focus on in the beginning, right? So if you notice towards the very end, you know, I find out you have insurance. You do. One person's got $1 million, another person's got 2 million. Like, I know they're believers of insurance. And the last little bit of data that I got is how much is it and how much you pay monthly. Why? Because I'm going to take a moment and I'm going to run some comparisons. And if I find them $1 million term policy with living benefits that's a little bit cheaper, I'll present it as a possible replacement. But I'm always going to talk about it. Sometimes I talk to people and they're like, I want to talk retirement. And I focus in on retirement the way I did right now. And then when I talk about insurance towards the very end, they're like, I don't have anything. Now I have to, okay, let me spend some time nurturing the importance of insurance. I don't got to do that with this couple. Why? Because they already have insurance. So they're already believers. So I don't need to spend any time on that. Right. So, you know, if he would have started with, let's talk insurance from the beginning, I would do the 4 types of insurance presentation. And I would then figure out what is more important to you. Is it the benefits, right? The permanent insurance that doesn't expire, the death benefit protection, the living benefit, or is it the cash accumulation and ability to grow money tax-free? But because they start retirement, everything is going to be focused on cash accumulation. Does that make sense?
No, fully.
Okay. Anybody have any other comments they want to make? things that they learn, questions they have, because the next thing I want to do is start case designing. Irv, my man, what's up? You good? You learning? Okay, good. All right, let's jump into case designing. It's 3:20 our time, which is perfect because I don't need a full hour to case design anyhow. But let me show you what I do now in order to case design. Let's start running some numbers. I'll tell you right now, because they're focused on cash accumulation, they're healthy, they're young. The company I'm leaning on is Allianz, 100% leaning on Allianz. Not only that, but because they have term insurances from other companies that offer living benefits, I'm pretty confident in Allianz's ability because they're the strongest in cash accumulation. They might not have the best living benefits, but they already have living benefits with their term policies. So let's run some numbers. Here's something I also want you guys to take into consideration. And let me actually do it this way. Because if I was in my office, I'd have my dry erase board and I could do it that way, but I don't. So hopefully you picked up on this right here. He gave me a huge number, $15 million is the number, right? And that's not uncommon. Okay, that's not uncommon for a client to give you a number like that. However, I have to shift his mind from lump sum to monthly amount. I have to. Notice how I went from 15 million to 5,000 a month. 5,000 a month is a lot more doable than trying to get somebody to a $15 million goal. If all you're focused on is getting the person to a $15 million goal, you're going to show this person putting away 30 grand a month, and you're going to demoralize them so much that they're not going to want to do anything. They're going to say, well, if I'm not going to come anywhere near it, why should I do it at all? Let's just YOLO. Let's just live right now, right? You only live once. Let's just do it right now. No, I got to shift his mindset. It's not 15 million. He probably came up with 15 million because he did a formula to figure out how much money he wants on a monthly basis. And you add up all that stuff over 30 years and 15 million is the number. It's an income conversation. Everything in life is an income conversation. You guys notice that, how I was able to kind of make that transition? Okay. So his number, excuse me, is 5,000 per month, right? How much does wife make? Anybody remember?
45,000.
Net.
45,000 a year. So 45,000 a year, let's say the employer's putting away 2.5%, which is pretty standard, okay, for most of these retirement accounts. That means that $1,125 per year is going into this deferred plan. So right now she's got 50K. They've got 18 years left until he hits retirement. So 1125 multiplied by 18 years is about 20,000. Let's say they double it, right? Because of interest. That means that 50K is going to turn into 90K. We know that by the time he hits 55, she should have about 90,000 in there based on the numbers that they've given us. Does that make sense? Because if you don't understand, I need you to be able to voice that you don't get it right now.
I'm not tracking.
Not tracking. Okay, fair enough. So she's got 50,000 right now. Go ahead, Irvin. If you got questions, unmute yourself. No? You're still muted. Go ahead. Now I can, oh, no, you muted yourself again.
Can you hear me?
Yep, I can.
Okay, where did you get the 1125 per year?
So what I did is this. She makes 45,000 per year in income.
Okay.
Okay. Her employer is putting away 2.5% every year into the 401, into that employer plan. 2.5% is what historically I've noticed most school systems pay to their staff.
Okay.
So 2.5% of 45,000
Okay.
is 1125.
Got it.
Right? He has how many years left? He has 18 years till retirement. So 1125 a year multiplied by 18 years, right? You get where I'm getting with?
Mm-hmm.
That's $20,250. Now that's assuming they're making a 0% interest rate. Over 18 years, let's just say they're making 6 to 7%. Hypothetically, they should double that money at least. Over 18 years, they should at least double. So if you multiply that by 2, that now becomes $40,500 added to her already existing $50,000 that she has. Does that make sense?
Years to retirement.
So at 55,
So you got
her plan should have 90K in there. Get me? Everybody understand that?
equals 20.
And if you guys can, show me some cameras. I want to see your facial expressions to make sure you guys are understanding. There's a difference.
Times
All right.
2.
So
Yeah.
what's another thing that we can account for their retirement? What's something that the government provides to most people?
Social Security.
Social Security. People can argue left and right. Social Security is not going to be there for the millennium. They're probably right. There's going to be something. There's going to be something. I refuse to believe that the government, the United States of America, is going to look at an entire population of people, right? So it was how many? 86 million millennials.
Mm.
They're not going to look at them and say, "Hey, listen, you paid into this for 30 years. We don't have any of your money." They're going to give you something. It might be bare minimum, but they're going to give you something.
Hey,
So,
Hey, Coach, can I want to throw this out there too. I don't know if anybody else does this, but I take my clients to and I don't mind sharing this, Coach. Can I share right quick? I take my clients to the Social Security Administration website and have them log in to their to get their statement so that I can actually see what the number is. I'll show you right quick. And this is mine. I don't mind sharing. So literally you go in and you create an account. And if you guys haven't done this for yourself, I would. So you go in and use Social Security, you create an account and you click on My Social Security, and then you do what you need to do here. And I'll just show you, Coach, because you'll need these numbers. It'll help you out with the planning. Let me just wait for this code to come in. All right, there we go. I know a lot of people don't know that you can do this, but you can. And it literally shows you your numbers for retirement when you take certain retirements, what income level you can take. And so I'm going to do the PDF here so you guys can see it better. But there's no, I don't like that one. I'm sorry. Let me go back to the actual site. So it says right here that, you know, if I retire at 62, I get 654, 67, 929, and at 70, 1152. So it actually shows you the numbers based on what your actual numbers show.
I like that. So he goes a step further. What I do, I'll be honest with you. Hang on one second. Oh yeah, hang on, sorry. Where are you, my friend? Rico. I mean, he takes it a step further. You should be able to now. Okay, perfect. He takes, I mean, he took it a step. What I typically do, no lies, I account about $750 per month per person contributing. That's like the bare minimum. If you look at the numbers that he just gave, that's about accurate, right? Someone who maxes out their Social Security right now in retirement is gonna get $1,450 as their max. So what I just assume is, listen, millennials are gonna get the bare minimum. Let's just say they get $750 each. Why is that important? Remember, $5,000 is the number I'm trying to hit. But I'm gonna throw in all the other things that I know they're gonna have. They're gonna have it. They're gonna have $1,500 a month in Social Security. So that 5,000 goal just dropped to 3,500 for me. Because 3,500, if I can get them to get $3,500 a month from their retirement accounts, plus the $1,500 a month from Social Security, I've just met their $5,000 a month goal. Does that make sense what I just did there? That's how I do that. That's how I create that, right? Kenny, do you want to say something?
I did. Sorry, just didn't want to interrupt. And this is very, very super duper technical where I'm going, but for those people like me that are technical, the power of zero also talks about how certain income streams are taxable. So even though they may get that 750, if they have income coming from rental properties, from a 401k or something like that, that Social Security now becomes taxable to a maximum of 85%, depending on what their income level is. Now that's just for our technical folks and things like that. But I guess for general numbers, it's okay to assume XYZ. But that's the power of zero. If you guys haven't read that one, it's a really good book.
It's a good one. All right, let's get to case designing over here so we can finish off. Okay, so let's start running some numbers. There we go. Okay, let's open up Allianz. Come on, bro. All right, so this is the illustration software. I'm gonna go through this at a normal pace, not from an educational pace, because this training is not about how to run illustrations. It's about kind of what my process is. Lamberson, Kenny's date of birth is 04/23/1984. 19, come on, where we at? 1984, 37 male, okay. He's healthy, so I'm gonna make him non-tobacco. He's in California, okay. Okay, so we're looking at 1,000 a month is what we're trying to get. I'm gonna split it between both of them. I'm gonna split it 500 and 500, right? So let's see first what the numbers do. Now he's 37, so I want to overfund the policy by at least 30%. So right now, let me do this. If the face amount is 500,000, the target shifts to 5528. Okay, here's how I figure out the numbers. 500 a month from each of them is 1,000 a month in savings. That's what I'm trying to get them to do. So 500 a month times 12 is 6,000 a year. However, it needs to be overfunded by 30%. If 6,000 a year needs to equate to 30% overfunding, 70% of that money is the target. So what I'm going to do is 6,000 a year times 0.70, 70% is $4,200. Right now at 500,000, it's 5,500. So what do I got to do? I have to reduce the insurance. I'm going to reduce the insurance to 400,000. That drops them down to 4,400. That's pretty good. 4,400 is pretty close to the 4,200. Now, what I'm going to do next is I'm going to increase the death benefit, and I'm going to increase it from now until age 70. Then it levels off. Again, this is an illustration training, so if you don't fully understand it, just kind of bear with me, because that'll be another training session that I do. The monthly amount that he's putting in is 500. So 500 times 12 is 6,000, yet the target is 4,400. So he's overfunding by $1,600, which is roughly 30% overfunding. I'm gonna show him doing 500 bucks a month from now until 10 years. And after that, can we do that after? Then after that, we'll up it to $750 a month from year 11 for 5 more years. Then I'll up it again to 1,000 bucks a month from year 16 until age 55. So what I'm doing is I'm showing the client increasing their contributions every 5 to 10 years. And my language with them is going to be, listen, if again, what's more important, your current lifestyle or making sure you secure a retirement? I'm not telling you to not live right now. I'm just telling you to take care of both. So as time goes on, you should have less expenses. Why? Because kids are out of the house, bills are paid. You should have more income. Why? Because your career hopefully is advancing. So you should be able to put away more money, right? That's my thought process behind it. So again, what do we have? We have 4,400 in target, yet the client's putting away 6,000. It's overfunded, and then every year it increases, it increases, it increases. Now, let's take a look at this. Let's take a look at reports. Actually, let's take a look at a quick view. So what do we have here? We have 6,000 for the first 10 years, then 9,000 for 5 years, then 12,000 for 4 years, and then the client's done, 55. They've contributed, well, actually it has 210,000. And then the very next year, what does it have? 224,000. That means that the client made $14,000 in interest. I want to show the client living off of the interest without tapping into the principal. That's the goal. Show them that type of a world. Now that's only 500 a month. Remember, you deduct 1,500 in Social Security. That means we have to meet 3,500 is the goal. Does that make sense, everybody? 3,500. Right now, doing this strategy, he's going to have $14,000 extra every year. Divide that by 12. That's about $1,100 that I just ate up of the goal of 3,000. That's what I'm doing. Is I'm just trying to chop away that $5,000 a month number. I got to find ways to find money, find ways to chop down that $5,000, because then there's a strategic plan in place. Okay. If I wanted to, this is just living off of interest, right? 210 to 224 is 14,000 in interest. They could take out 14,000 a year. If I wanted to do loans out of this, let's see what loans would do.
And coach, while you're looking that up, that's just assuming a $6,000 a year.
Correct. Correct. That's only 500.
Right, not even the full 1,000. Okay, that's great.
Correct. So if I wanted to do loans out of the plan, let's do income stream, loans, but then switch at basis. Let's do loans from age 55 until age 90. Okay. Calculations unavailable. Indexed fixed 100%. There we go. Now let's preview. He's taking out $11,000 a year in loans from 55 all the way to age 90, completely tax-free. Remember my conversation with him. I said, listen, if I can get you worst case scenario to meet this goal, maybe not by 55 or by 60, you know, are we still going to be doing business? He said, yes. So what am I going to do? Let's change the output of when he taps into the money. Let's say he contributes into the plan until 60.
You in here?
We get some more money coming in, and then he doesn't take out money until 60. You got to be willing to have these conversations with clients, guys. You got to be willing to challenge them. Just because they want it doesn't mean that they have what they need to do it. So if I add 5 more years of payments and I delay retirement by 5 years, look at the difference now. 24,000, 23,000 a year in income from 60 all the way to age 90, completely and utterly tax-free. Complete, and that's just 500 a month. Remember the goal is what? 5,000 a month. So I'm going to show, this is definitely one that I'm going to show. Let me do this. Let's do reports. My government name. I don't know how to fix this up. Okay. This is husband. There's the illustration. I'm going to save it. Let me save it on here. This is his plan. Now, because we're pressed for time, I'm not going to run the other 2 scenarios because, again, if I'm trying to get him to do 1,000, I'm going to do 500, 1,000, and 1,500. I'm going to jump right to the 1,000 and just do it that way. What we've done thus far, so that you guys understand, it's $1,000 a month that we're looking to try that the client has agreed to be able to do, and we divided it: 500 for the husband, 500 for the wife. This is the $500 one for the husband. Now let's run the 500 for the wife. California. Ghana. Last name Lamberson. Date of birth 9/22/1985. We've got a female. Let's put together this illustration. Again, making her preferred non-tobacco. Okay, same scenario. She's in her 30s, so it's going to be overfunded by 30%. My rule is simple. Over 33 years of age, I overfund by 30. In their 40s, I overfund by 40s. In their 50, I overfund by 50%. The rules to overfund this one by 30%. She's putting $500 a month, right? If I'm overfunding by 30%, that means that $4,200, it has to be the target. The rest of it has to be the overfunding. So at 250, our target is 2136. Let's bring this up to 500,000. Our target now is 4272. That's perfect. Same thing. I'm going to increase the death benefit to hold added dollars in the future. Now she's close to the same age as him. So let's do this. We had him retiring at age 60. We're going to have this increase until age 70. Level off afterwards. The payments is where it gets kind of funny. Watch, I'm gonna do 500 a month. Same thing, first 10 years. Then 750 for 5 years. Then 1,000. If he retires at 60, that makes her 58. Is that correct, Kenny? You guys are 2 years off? Yes.
Yes, sir.
Well, I'm gonna have her put $1,000 in her plan. Because husband and wife retire at the same time. And she's gonna contribute until, instead of her being 60, she'll be 58. That way they retire both at the same time. Same compensation, right? 500, then 750, then 1,000. Now let's do some disbursements. We're gonna do income stream is what the client wants. Switch at basis means withdraw the principal first. Once I've withdrawn the principal, switch to the interest afterwards. Keep the money growing in an index fund. And we want to start this at 58 years of age until 90, 88. So it's the same window. Now let's view it. There it is. Boom. So her plan gets her $24,000 a year from 58 all the way to 60. So his was 23, hers is 24. 23,000 plus his 24,000, okay? It's $47,000 a year. The goal was what? 60,000 a year. So I've already figured out $47,000 a year of income. The goal is 60,000, which means I'm short by 13,000. But I can talk about Social Security. When I talk about Social Security, I say, look, each of you are going to at least get $750 a month. $750 a month times 2 is $1,500 a month in Social Security. You multiply that by 12, that's 18,000. 18,000 in Social Security a year plus 47,000 tax-free out of your cash accumulation account equals how much? $65,000. And the goal was what? 60,000. Does that make sense, what I just did? You might not understand the illustration design, but do you understand how I took 500 for husband, 500 for wife, which is $1,000 a month, and I was able to turn that into $47,000 a year of income? Did I do it exactly to their parameters? No. But look at the questions that I asked in the fact finder. He tells me I want it by 55. I go, look, scale of 1 to 10, how important is it to you? 10. If I can't do it by 55, but I can do it by 60, are you going to let me? Right? Yeah, we can still do business. Okay. What's more important to you? Your lifestyle today or retirement security later? No, security later. Okay, I'm going to challenge you. You got $1,500 a month right now you're spending on dining out. You got $700 a month left over every single month after bills. If you taking that into account, 1,500 plus 700, that's what? It's $2,200. So can I take 1,000? Can you modify your lifestyle today? Reduce how much you're spending on eating out, knowing that whatever restaurants you go to are not, if you go to the same restaurant for 18 more years, consistently every single month, they are not going to stroke you a check after the 18th year for being a good employee, for being a good client. They're not. They're not going to say, thank you for supporting us for 18 years. We're going to start giving you money back. No. So can you adjust your money a little bit now so you could see a light at the end of the tunnel and hit a retirement and be able to retire at 60 years of age, knowing you've got lifetime income, $60,000 a year coming in? Stop. Does that make sense? So you see how I'm always, they've got to give me wiggle room to tweak things around a little bit. Tweak here, tweak here, tweak here. We find the goal. Those are 2 IULs right now at $500 each. 4,200 in target. That means that's 8,400 in annual premium. Let me give you some numbers here. As a VP, you get paid 100% contract. $8,400 at 100% contract is how much? $8,400 in commissions. $8,400 in commissions. You guys all, a lot of you guys always asking me, Tony, how are you finding these $1,000 a month cases, these $500 a month cases, these $1,500 a month cases? That's how I find it. I just showed you what I found. I just showed you how I case design. You saw my fact finder. You saw my case design. Now you're about to see my closing, my presentation. But before I show you that, I want to know, are there any questions?
I'm like, yes.
The only other thing that I would do, like I said, I typically present 3 options. I typically would present 500 a month, 1,000 a month, 1,500 a month. And here's why. I don't know what dialogue is happening right now between husband and wife. I don't know if behind the camera, wife or husband, either or, is downselling the opposing spouse. So if the conversation they're having is, listen, I don't want to do 1,000, that's a lot, that's real steep. How about we start small, right? I want to be prepped for that. So I would have a $1,000 illustration, a $500 illustration, and a $1,500 illustration. 90% of the times I'm not getting the big number. I'm not going to get that 1,500. I'm not. 50% of the time I get exactly the middle number, the $1,000. The other 50% of the time I get the 500 number. So I would essentially prep it, but for the sake of time, I'm not gonna pull those illustrations. But you just saw how I take $1,000 a month, split it up into 2 people, and show an income stream. You see how I shifted him from, I want 15 million to no, $60,000 a year. I want to retire at 55, but I'm willing to do it at 60. 1 + 1 is 2, guys. I can't make the numbers up. I just need them to realize here's what we're capable of doing. And listen, you want bigger goals, you want bigger dreams, we got to put away more money, because all I'm doing in this meeting is putting together your foundation. Foundation. It's not the walls, it's not the elevator, it's not the 2nd floor, the 3rd floor, it's not your fortress, but you can't build a fortress without a foundation. And if I build a foundation in the first meeting, you know what I get an opportunity to do in the 2nd meeting, the 3rd meeting, the 4th meeting, my annual reviews, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years in, I get to challenge them and remind them. Kenny, Brianna, you remember, all we did was build your foundation. You want $15 million a year. You want $15 million goal. We got to find a way to find more money. Are you making more money? Are you saving more money? Like, what are you doing? And it gives me the right to challenge them every single year to do more. But I can't get 15 million if I'm not able to get 1 million. Does that make sense? That's how I put them together. So let's do this now. I'm going to save this illustration. Hang on 1 second. I don't want to lose it. And I'm going to show you how I present it. And Kenny, if you and wifey can get ready for the closing meeting. Look at this bad boy going. I got a case right now in underwriting. Guy gave me the same kind of conversation. I got $525 a month in an IUL commitment. He's going through underwriting right now. I have probably every year, I probably do at least 6 to 10 of these type of cases. You look at 6 to 10, 6 cases that, pay you $8,000 a year. 8 times 6 is what? It's 40, that's what, 44, it's $48,000 in income just from these types of cases, from being able to case design these types of things. And here's another thing, guys. These types of cases will refer you to other people who can do it too. These types of cases will refer you to other people that can do it too. I'm not talking to a $250,000 earner. I'm talking to an average middle American family. One makes 75, another one makes 45. So combined, they're making what, 120,000 a year? That's your average middle American family. You know what I mean? Now, here's the big difference though too. They're in their 30s. I like working with that market. I like it. I'm very weary when I talk to a 21, 22, 22-year-old, 23-year-old about putting $1,000 away. Even if they got the extra money, all that person needs is a baby mama, and that money's gone. That's the truth. They haven't gone through life yet. right? Kenny and Brianna married. They've got, their house. They've got their kids. Like, there's no crazy things popping up in the next 3 to 5 years, unless, heaven forbid, right? It's a medical thing that pop up. But the whole, I got married. I'm gonna buy a house. We're gonna move. All those mistakes happen in the 20s. That don't happen in the 30s. Let me save this case and start presenting. Brianna, Allianz, IUL. All right, cool. Let me show you guys something else that I have. This is something else that I do in the for virtual meetings. It's powerful to have it, okay? This is an overview, right? So if I was to fill this out, this is exactly how I would do it. Financial needs analysis overview, 828, right? Lamberson family. Topics of interest is what? Tax-free retirement, retirement planning. That's what our conversation was about. Lifetime income, investment growth. Even though it's all wrapped around the same solution, I want to show multiple things we're talking about. Fact finding, I fill in the information here. Kenny Lamberson, date of birth, 04231984, gender, male, city, he's in Cali, rating, healthy non-tobacco. Brianna Lamberson, date of birth, 04231984. No, I'm lying. September 22nd, 1985. Female, California, healthy non-tobacco. We didn't talk about insurance, right? So what I would do with this is I just do TBD, to be determined. We didn't do a dime analysis because we started with retirement planning. By the way, most people, when they start with me, they start first insurance conversations. It's like a 70% insurance, 30% want to talk about retirement planning, but that's okay. That's where the conversation went, right? The budget that they gave us is what? It's $1,000, right? They're interested in making $5,000 per month by 55 to 60 years of age. Scale of 1 to 10, they gave me a 10. Okay, that's what they gave me. And then I'll put some notes down, right? They want to start planning for retirement and secure a 5,000 per month goal by 55 to 60 years of age. Just kind of doing a diagnostic, right? This has a 50K retirement plan from employer. Mr. has about 10K in savings. Okay. Discretionary income is 700 per month, but 1,500 in dining out. Clients agreed. Clients agreed to adjust dining out lifestyle in order to save more money towards future retirement. I agree to an adjusted. What did I do wrong? To retirement. Okay. Recommendation. Right. My recommendation. Allianz best rated tax-free carrier. 500 per month per client, laddered to increase. All right. 47K in lifetime income is reached with this strategy. SSI at 1,800 per month provides offset. So I just kind of show that diagnostic, right? It's nothing, that's not nothing crazy to do, but you know, you take that little extra step and you show this, right? So let me get into my presentation now. So Kenny, if you could bring wifey back, that'd be great. And we can start this closing. I have a recommendation for, okay. Make sure there's no Q&A. We're good there, we're good there.
Hey, Coach.
Yes, sir.
All right. So I'm here. Brianna's helping Kedron with something right quick, but she can hear you.
Okay. We'll just
Okay.
pretend she's there. So
Okay.
couple rules here. I'm glad that happened. Couple rules, just so you guys know. I won't have fact finders and I won't have closing meetings without husbands and wives together. Obviously, this is an exercise, which is totally cool. Like I said, I'm very appreciative that she participated, and I'm very appreciative that she's listening in. But I won't have fact finders and I won't have closing meetings without husbands and wife. Did you notice the dynamic there was between both of them? Talking, reading each other, you know? $1,000 a month to take out of a household is not something that one spouse can hide from the other. Like, let's be real. We as spouses, right? Husbands and wives, we can hide $100. We can hide 120. We can't hide $1,000 a month. And if you want to be able to work these bigger cases, you need both people to be on board, because when one, let me tell you something, you want to see a chargeback happen quick, close on a case, $500 to $1,000 a month, only talking to one spouse. See if when the other spouse finds out that you're doing that, see if they don't start a big enough fight that chargeback comes running to you quick. It'll happen. It'll happen just to please the other person and not fight any longer. It'll happen. So husbands and wives together all the time, okay? Kenny, if you can get on camera, we're gonna close this bad boy off. Rico, if you can get off camera so we can have in the recording 2 big screens, that'd be great. Appreciate you, bud. There we go. Kenny, can you hear me? If you want to unmute yourself, you and I'll stay unmuted and keep going.
I can.
Awesome. So here's how I begin the second meeting. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you guys giving me the time that I needed to prepare and plan. My team and I put together a lot of research, and we came back with a solution that we believe will fit your needs. Okay. I'm looking at the clock right now. It's 4 o'clock Eastern time, which will make it 1 o'clock your time. I need about 45 minutes or so to an hour. Is that going to work for you, or do we need a hard stop at some point? We're good? Okay,
Good.
cool. Awesome. I always like to start by kind of having a small, like a light recap of what we talked about initially, just to make sure that we're all still in alignment with what our conversation was. And if anything has changed, now's the best time to address it. Okay. So when we had first met, all right, here's the lamb. I apologize, I spelled your name wrong. Let me fix that. There we go. And I can email this to you afterwards if you like. But when we had talked, when we had met the first time, our biggest conversation was in reference to these 4 check marks here, which is retirement planning, growing money tax-free, providing lifetime income options, and looking at different investment choices. That's kind of what we really hit hard on. What I learned about you guys, obviously you both live in California, you're both in your 30s, you're both healthy non-tobacco users, we've got your names there. And we know that there's a goal. The goal is to have about $5,000 per month, okay, at retirement, worst case scenario between 55 years of age and 60. And we know that based on the budget that we did, your number is about $1,000 a month. Let me ask you a question. From the time we met to now, has anything changed?
No.
No, okay. If it does, that's the reason I ask is because I want to make sure we're in alignment here. I'm not, and this might be funny, but it's the truth. I am not side chick material when it comes to my clientele. I'm wifey material. What that means is we're going to be reviewing these things on a yearly basis. We're going to get to know each other. We're going to adjust these goals. And it's always important to have a clean start of honesty from the very, very beginning. So that's why I wanted to recap this, make sure everything is still in line, correct? Awesome.
Great.
Cool. All right, so here's what we learned, okay? Your wife's 45 to 50,000 is probably going to get to about 90 to 100,000 based on the contribution that the employer is making and assuming that she makes about 5-6%. We know that if she stays down that path, she'll have about $90,000 to $100,000 in that account. We also know that although there's a big chance that Social Security might not be there for you, there's going to be something in place, right? So what I did is I took into account the worst case scenario and said, you know, most average Social Security is about $1,500. What if they got half? What if they each only got $750, right? And so those are important to take into account because, again, we're talking income. You want $5,000 a month a year by the time you hit 55, 60, which is $60,000 a year. Social Security is probably going to eat up, you know, at least $1,500 to $1,800 a month of that goal. The difference is why you and I are talking. Fair enough? Cool. All right, let me open up a couple illustrations. Let me ask you a question. Have you ever heard of a company called Allianz?
I think I've seen a advertisement or two.
Okay. Just so you know a little bit about Allianz, they're one of the oldest tax-free retirement investment companies in the market space. They actually have the #1 tax-free retirement plan, and I'm going to talk to you about it today. It's a plan that, believe it or not, the wealth of America participate in. 80% of Fortune 500 companies participate in these vehicles. Here's the main reason why. It's tax-free. It's a way for you to take your money, invest it into an index fund like we had talked about, double, triple, quadruple your money, and not have to pay taxes on any of that. The biggest risk in retirement is how much Uncle Sam gets to take. And it's a number that right now hasn't even been predicted. We don't know where it's going to be. Right now, taxes are low. The biggest prediction is that taxes are going to go high. Can you imagine what it would feel like if you had, you know, $5 million and all of a sudden Uncle Sam says my taxes are 50% and you got to give him a check for $2.5 million just because he's Uncle Sam and you have no control over it? Exactly. So my biggest focus is making sure whatever money we grow for you is completely and utterly tax-free so that whatever changes Uncle Sam does, your money cannot be affected by that because guess what? That's what the wealth of America does. They avoid Uncle Sam's wrath. Okay. So let's take a look at the strategy here. I'm going to share my computer screen here with you. And the biggest thing I want you to understand, this is just an illustration. The idea is for you to conceptually understand how this works. And if you understand how it works conceptually, there's a greater opportunity for you to decide to do something with it. Okay? Okay, cool. So Allianz, let's talk about Allianz for a moment. I'm gonna scroll right through to the pages. That's it. There we go. Okay. All right, so we're going to do a couple things here. This is what I like to call the live, die, quit, or become disabled illustration. Okay. This column, let me hide this for a moment. Hide. There we go. Oh, I can't. Does not let me. Okay. So this column right here, okay, This represents your contribution. You gave me $1,000 commitment. What I'm doing is I'm splitting that $1,000. I'm doing 500 for you and 500 for your wife. So 500 times 12 is $6,000 a year. That's why that number is there. That column represents your contribution. Now, naturally, most people, what they do with their investments is they put more money in as time goes on. So I'm showing you doing $500 a month for 10 years. And then after that, increasing it to $750 a month for 5 years. And then increasing it after that to $1,000 a month until you hit about 59 years of age, right? Again, this is just an illustration. The idea is for you to conceptually understand how it works. That's what this column does. This column over here is a benefit column. This benefit is about $500,000. Now, this product is wrapped around an insurance policy. And because I know your son has a cash value plan, you have a little bit of an understanding how these plans work. The benefit in working with an insurance company is that all your money is tax-free. And why is that important? Because this number here represents your tax-free money. So pretend this is your benefit money. If something happens, this is what you leave behind for your family. But this is your money so that when you hit retirement, you can tap into it. And it's tax-free. Now, here's something I want you to understand. This is not in any way, shape, or form a short-term vehicle. And I'm going to prove it to you. If you go into this plan for 5 years, 6,000 times 5, you put in 30 grand. If you said to me on the 5th year, Tony, I quit, I want out, I'm only writing you a check for 15 grand. You lost half of your money. Now, the reason why is because that money that you lost was used to cover this insurance policy from the very beginning. You know how a mortgage is not very attractive the first 5 to 10 years and the majority of money covers interest? It's kind of the same thing. These are front-loaded investments. The first 5 to 10 years, your money is being used to cover this insurance policy. On the back end, however, you get to double, triple, quadruple your money if you treat it like a long-term investment. 10 years out, you would have put 60 grand, right? And you've got 60 grand in cash accumulation, 55 if you stop. You see how it's not a short-term vehicle. That's the first thing I want you to know. It's not a short-term vehicle. Here's how it is a long-term vehicle. 15 years out, you would have put in $105,000 if you did this schedule. This $105,000 is worth $128,000 in cash. And if you quit, we write you a check for the full 128. You see how these two numbers are the same? This column here represents your cash. This column here represents what happens if you quit your relationship with us. 20 years out, you would have put in 165. 165,000 would grow to 243,000 in cash. Now we're talking serious numbers. Now you've made about $80,000 in tax-free income. And if you quit, we write you a check for $243,000. Dollar for dollar, you get back the money you put in. Let's go out a little bit further. Let's go to 59 years of age. By 59 years of age, you would have contributed $213,000. It's worth $340,000 at that point in time. You've made about $120,000 in interest. Now, let's be honest. Is that number attractive? Not really. It's not. We're not having an asset conversation. We're having an income conversation. Okay? Here's why this is attractive. And this is where the Wealth of America loves to do. By the time you hit 60, notice how you are no longer putting in any more money. No more money, no more money, no more money. You put in 213, it's got 120,000 in interest that you've made. That number, you and I both know, if that's all you if you just grab all your lump sum of money, you'd be out of money within 5 years. You know it. But if you let the investment continue to work for you, this investment can pay you $24,000 a year, not 1 year, not 2 years, not 3 years or 4 years or 5 years, but all the way until you turn 90 years of age. That's 30 years of $24,000 a year, completely and utterly tax-free in your bank account. The biggest risk in retirement is outliving your money. I'm showing you a place where you can now grow money in a tax-free world that you can never outlive. Now, how much money had you put in? You put in 213. How much money was it worth? 120,000 in earnings. not that attractive, but if you add $24,000 a year for 30 years, $749,000 of tax-free money. So Kenny, if you give me 213 and I give you 750,000 tax-free, are you upset with me?
No, I'm not at all.
Now this is at $500 a month. You gave me $1,000 commitment. This is just on one of you. My suggestion, so that you know, is that you do 500 on each of you, because that'll turn the 24,000 and it'll double it. That's what it'll do. You both are about the same age. It'll double the money. Now, at $1,000 a month, I've now provided you with $48,000 a year of income for the rest of your life. Do you have any questions?
Love it. No, well, I did. I think you touched on it very quickly. What's the alternate scenario?
Yeah, of course. So this is based on, let me show you this right here. This is based on current interest rates. The alternate scenario, what it does is it takes current interest rates and it cuts it in half. Remember, this is an index fund. So an index fund, the way it works is if the market doesn't perform, you're going to get a 0% return. So there might be years where you don't make anything, but you're not going to lose anything, right? There's going to be other years where you make a lot of money. If I base this on the last 10-year benchmark, that would be the current scenario. If I go hyper conservative and I use an alternate scenario and only pay you 2 to 3%, that would be what this would do. Now, what would the alternate scenario do? The alternate scenario basically says, hey, we're going to have money up until about you hit 70 years of age, right? I can't tell you this is exactly what it's going to do, but I can tell you this is a very realistic approach of what these plans have done. And let me show you what I mean by that. Where is that page? Sorry, I just recently updated this illustration for you. So, 16-year. Here we go. All right, so the investment strategies that we're looking at is two of them: Bloomberg Investments and PIMCO Investments. This is the market. This is the actual market in 2005, 2006. This is realistically what it did. And if you go from 2005 to 2020, we just did a 15-year look back. When there was a negative interest rate market, we didn't pay you anything. You didn't make anything. When there was a 6% return market, you made 7.34%. Why? Because this is paying at 110%. So you're going to make 110% of whatever the market does. In 2007, the market paid 2.86. You made 3.43. In 2008, the market did 0.37 because what happened in 2008? A real estate market crash. Client made 0.44. Big market crash here in 2015 was a negative market. We paid 0%. You see how if the market goes up, you make money. If the market goes down, you don't lose anything. In the last 15 years, this product has averaged 6.89%. In the last 10 years, this product has averaged 7.59%. So when I show you current scenario, I'm showing you what this has done in the last 10 to 15 years. It's a very realistic approach. I could go aggressive and show you 9 and 10%, but that's unrealistic. I can go conservative and show you 3 and 4%, but that's also unrealistic. I'd rather show you something that's more reasonable. This is Bloomberg. The other investment is PIMCO. And that one in the last 15 years has averaged 6.62 and 6.42. Does that make sense?
It does.
So, Mr. Client,
It does.
you understand how this is not a short-term vehicle, right? You understand how
Absolutely.
You understand how this is a vehicle that does require long-term commitment to give you an opportunity to really generate some income. This is where the wealth of America place their money. My question to you is, what would you like to do with regards to this product line? How do you see this being a part of your portfolio?
I think that it's definitely something that's doable, and those numbers look great. It puts us close to at least our bottom line number in income, so that we don't have to worry about that.
Nice. You know, every one of my clients,
I like that.
every one of my clients tell me that they have retirement goals, but no one's actually ever drawn a map to help them get there. And my hope today is that I was able to draw you a map to help you get there. Every year we can re-review this map and make adjustments as needed. But again, a goal without a plan is just a wish. And so I'd like to turn the wish into an actual strategic plan where you can look at it and go, okay, we're on track or we're off track. And if you can get to that goal faster, then let's increase that goal. Let's make it look better. Okay. Now, this is what I'm hoping the company approves you at. Okay. This is an elite program. This program requires you to get approval. This isn't just something where they're just saying, hey, give me your money. If you choose to do something like this between you and your wife, a couple things have to happen. Number one, we have to apply. That process could take anywhere from 4 to 6 weeks. Why? Because they're going to put an insurance plan on you from day one. You see, what you want is to grow your money. What they want is for you to live long. And so before they approve you, they got to look at a couple things. They got to look at your driving record to make sure you don't like to drive around Los Angeles with a bottle of whiskey on your lap. They got to look at your criminal record to make sure you don't like to go to banks and rob them and put guns, have guns facing you. Right? They got to also look at your credit to make sure you don't have any kind of, infragments in there that could cause for them to not approve you. And infragments, what I'm talking about like federal judgments and federal liens and tax evasion and stuff like that. We're not talking about just credit issues. That's nothing. They got to look at that. And of course, they got to look at your medical records to make sure that there isn't anything underlying that they don't know about. That whole process takes about 4 to 6 weeks to approve. But once they approve and they hit that stamp, they have to honor that approval. My job and my team's job is to get them to hit that stamp sooner than later. I don't want them to have your application long, because when companies like this have applications longer than they need to, they scrutinize it more. They pick at it a little bit more. And that's what I don't want them to do. So with your permission, I'd like to submit an application to the company to see what they would say. And my team is going to stay in heavy contact with you. I work with a team. I work with 2 people, one gentleman by the name of Howard Rabinowitz, who's going to help with the application process, another woman by the name of Sandra Lopez that helps during the underwriting process. These are 2 of the best people in this industry for that particular job. Now, my only request to you is this, Kenny. If they ask you for something, you could be diligent enough to get them what they need, because they're asking because the company's asking. And when the company asks for something, we want to provide it to them ASAP, because I just want them to hit that approval button fast. Now, when we apply it, they might not ask for a medical now, but they might ask for it later. It's just random selection. So don't be upset if they ask for a medical. But if they do, we're going to cover it on our dime. We're going to send a nurse out to you to draw blood, take a urine sample, and give you a free medical exam at no cost. Mr. Client, Kenny, what do you see yourself doing?
I don't see a reason why we can't apply. We don't know if we can do it if we can't apply, right?
Now, I will tell you this, if they do approve you, they're going to expect that first payment within 24 to 48 hours. Okay. I know you mentioned you had some savings in place. I would encourage you to take action on this and not put it in the back burner. But if we approve, my team will contact you right away and let you know, hey, it was approved. 24 to 48 hours, that first $1,000 payment is going to come out. It'll obviously come out in two increments, one $500 for you, one $500 for your wife. And here is another added benefit that has nothing to do with cash accumulation, but more with insurance coverage. You and your wife both have term insurances and you're in your 30s. There's a high likelihood you're going to live past your 60s. When that happens, that term insurance is expired. However, these plans that I'm putting in place have insurance that don't expire, which means you'll be able to liquidate all that money and still leave behind an insurance policy to your family on a tax-free basis as a form of legacy. What would you like to do next?
I guess we need to submit this application and see what's popping up in here.
If you got about 5 to 10 more minutes, I just need you and your wife together so I can ask you some questions. I can gather the information needed in order to submit an application. Cool. Before we get started, let me ask you a quick question. When I had first called you, what were your thoughts?
What does this guy want?
Fair enough. Now, after having spoken to me, gotten a chance to see what we're all about, what are your thoughts now?
Thankful that you've taken the time to help us draw the map.
Awesome. If you don't, if you remember, if you recall, when I had contacted you, I had gotten your information from Steve, and Steve had zero assumption whatsoever that you were in the market for our services. If I'm not mistaken, Steve didn't even call you and tell you that I was going to call you, correct?
Correct.
If you don't mind, I want to take the next 5 minutes or so to talk to you about some of the people that you believe could benefit from some of these conversations. But just like Steve, not prejudging, not assuming you're not in the market. I'm just looking for quality individuals like yourself that I can introduce myself to see if I can bring this value to their household as well. Who do you think would fall in line that would benefit from a conversation like this?
Mary, my cousin Mary, Sam.
Exactly.
Bonquisha in them.
All right, time out. Kenny.
Sorry, we're recording.
Kenny, thank you so much for participating in this exercise. I will tell you this, if the numbers you guys gave me are accurate, this is actually a real map. What I put together is an actual real roadmap that you might want to consider for yourself and for your wife. But I thank you for participating and allowing, us from a classroom setting to inspect all of this and let me do an analysis from beginning to end. And I want to open it up for any kind of questions that you might have or any questions that the team might have. But that in a nutshell is my F&A, case design, and closing meeting.
I don't have any questions. Very thorough. You even gave a couple outs. You covered some of the objections, and even made it seem like this is exclusive, like not everybody qualifies for this. So, let's see if we can get you qualified. I liked it. And even though, I've been in the industry a while, it's always good to have a nice refresher and realize, oh, shoot, maybe I used to say that, maybe I don't say that no more. Oh, I used to do that, I don't do that no more. Why don't I do that? And so, yeah, it was definitely a good refresher for me.
Good stuff. All right, guys, if you guys can get on camera, I'd love to see you guys one last time. We're going to end a half hour early, but I hope that this brought some value to the table. It takes a little bit of time to be able to run these types of illustrations and run these types of meetings. So I encourage you to role play it, practice it. If you don't know how to run the type of illustrations that I ran and don't understand the differences between increasing in level and stacking the contributions, we can have some one-on-one sessions on that. Today was just all about really the verbiage and the structure. I can tell you this, I design my meetings the way that I just did right now, 100% of the time, 100% of the time. I want to do a budget. I want to figure out what they can do. I want to ask them on a scale of 1 to 10. I want to ask for 24 to 48 hours to case design. I wanted to put together an illustration that meets their income needs. People are always talking about, I want $1 million. I want 2 million. I want 5 million. Kenny said, I want 15 million. I had to figure out a way to change that language from that to an income conversation, because that's what we provide. We provide income solutions. IULs max out on income, not on growth. That's where they max out on. You saw it. 213 was what he put in, 3, 4. I mean, it was only $120,000 worth of earnings. It's not a lot. However, when you shift it to an income investment, you give that investment more time to continue to grow earning and then draw out in stages. Now, all of a sudden, $24,000 a year for 30 years turns into $750,000. That's a big number. And there's no investment out there that does that. So I thank you for your time. I'm going to cut off a little bit early. I've got some things here to tend to, but I'm glad you guys gave me this opportunity. Here's what I want from you. I just want your top 2 biggest takeaways. I want your top 2 biggest takeaways on the Voxer. Tell me what you learned. Tell me something new that you didn't know. Okay, make a declaration if you're willing to. Make a declaration, say, hey, this is what I'm committing. I'm going to take this serious. And in the next 30 days, here's what I'm going to turn in. Because our next closers college is September 25th. Put that down on your calendars. September 25th. Put that down is our next one. And I'm hoping some of you guys would have turned in some of these types of cases. I'm taking a picture right now of who participated. Everyone who's here right now is going to be invited to a private training, assuming you finish that first week that I requested. I'll see you on the leaders board. Have a good one. I'll stay on for about another minute for any questions that you guys might have, but you're free to hop off and enjoy the rest of your day. Have a good one, guys. Be blessed.